Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Allahumma salli wa sallam wa baraka ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam tasliman kathira. Alhamdulillah, Allahumma iftah lana hikmatak wa anshur alayna rahmatak ya dhal jalali wa ikram. Allahumma alimna ma yanfa'una wa anfa'na bima 'allamtana wa zidna ilma. Wa sallallahu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam tasliman kathira wa la hawla wa la quwwata illa billahi al-'ali al-'azim. Alhamdulillah. It's good to see everybody, mashallah. It's nice. The hall seems better than last year. So, I was going to do Sanan and Muhtadeen, but it's actually because I had a family emergency, so I didn't come. I was supposed to be here on the 20th. And it's a book that needs time to get the structure out. So what I'm going to do instead is just some sections from Amari al-Dilalat, which is Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya's book on Usul al-Fiqh. And before I do that, though, I want to explain who he is to the best of my ability, and also give you a sense of what he is attempting to do. May Allah give him tawfiq. Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya was born in an eastern province of Mauritania. Mauritania traditionally was called Shinqit in Islamic geography. Mauritania is actually an ancient Roman name for the whole of North Africa. It means the land of the dark-skinned ones. Tania is usually land of Britannia, right? And Moor is like Morisco in Spanish. The Moros are the dark-skinned ones, so the Moors, which are often the way Muslims in Spain are referred to still to this day, interestingly enough. They don't say the Muslims, they say the Moors of Spain, which I think is misleading. But Mauritania included Morocco and Algeria, and it was obviously part of the Phoenicians had outposts there. The Romans conquered it, and you'll see still to this day Roman ruins in North Africa. North Africa became Christian. There were really important Christian outposts there. People should know that St. Augustine, who's probably the second most important person of later Christianity, I mean, he's 5th century, but and by later I mean after the first period of the apostles. Paul is obviously the most important after Jesus, but Augustine and Aquinas are probably the two most important in terms of Catholicism, because Aquinas, although it took them a considerable amount of time before Aquinas actually became the dominant position of the Catholic Church. It was actually the early 19th century when they finally declared Aquinas's positions, the official positions of the Church. But St. Augustine was from Algeria. And so you had Christians there. The Berbers are very similar to the Irish. The Berbers are extremely free people. They resisted anybody that went into their lands. They fought them. They tended to be somewhat matriarchal, so they often had female leaders. And we know Kahina, who was a famous one that fought against the early Muslim conquest of North Africa and fought very hard. They were fiercely independent, but eventually, and it was actually through the Ahl al-Bayt, Idris, who came fleeing from persecution in the east after the failed attempt of Muhammad Nafs al-Zakiyya to conquer and establish a khilafah based on the Ahl al-Bayt. He was in Medina. I think his reign lasted for about 18 months. And Imam Malik was alive during that time. He didn't take bay'ah with him. He waited till that. It was considered a fitna, but he actually considered him a righteous person, and he was. I mean, Nafs al-Zakiyya was his epithet. So he was somebody who was a pure soul. But that was a failed attempt. And so what happened is the Mullah Idris and his Mawla, which is a freed slave, his Mawla, I think it's Rashid or Rashid, I'm not sure. But they fled and ended up going to Morocco. Now, Morocco had already had Muslim incursions. Uqba bin Nafi', the famous story, when he arrives with his army to the ocean, spurs his horse on into the ocean, and when the horse stops as the waves are crashing, the legend says, he said, Wallahi, if I knew there were people beyond this ocean, I would build ships to take this message of La ilaha illallah to those people. And then there was retreat, and there was give and take. So the Muslims it took them a while to subdue North Africa, and because of the Berber resistance. But Mullah Idris, the Berbers accepted him. He married from them. He married a woman, Kinza. This is Moroccan legend now. I mean, it's true, but it's legendary. He married a Berber woman. During the reign of Harun al-Rashid, spies were sent to actually assassinate Mullah Idris. He was assassinated, but his wife, Kinza, was pregnant with Mullah Idris II, who establishes Fez, the city of Fez, and he establishes it with an amazing dua to make it a city of knowledge until the end of time. And so it really is a city founded on knowledge. And then in the mid-3rd century, an extraordinary woman, Fatima al-Fihriya, created what's considered to be the first university in history. I mean, there's an argument that Plato's Academy was a type of a university, but Fatima al-Fihriya founded this mosque college, madrasa, that really would become a minaret of learning in Africa. And so knowledge spread from these extraordinary bases in North Africa. And there's a period of time, Yusuf ibn Tashfin, who was the great Murabit, founder of the Murabitun dynasty, the Murabids. On his way back from Hajj, he met a scholar in Tunisia, and he told him he lived in this desert land, and they were ignorant people, and he needed a scholar. So this scholar, and this is the type of sacrifice that we used to find in our community, that you still find in the Christian community. You'll meet Christians that literally will come, they have MD degrees, and you'll find them in treating Ebola patients in West Africa. Unfortunately, this is not as common in our community because the sense of sacrifice, I think, has diminished greatly. But he left a very nice lifestyle in Tunisia, which was a very civilized, beautiful place, to go to a very harsh climate to teach these people Islam. And that begins the Murabitun. And Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya is from one of the tribes there, Masuma tribe. And it's difficult. Qabila tribe it's problematic for me in some ways. Tribe is actually originally what they call a venery noun. Do you know the venery nouns? Venery is like the hunting nouns. So you have like a tribe of goats, a murder of crows, a murmuration of starlings, an army of frogs, a plague of locusts, those type, those are called venery nouns. They're a type of collective noun. So tribe is used for goats in the English language. So I think there's a derogatory aspect. It's interesting that we call African tribes, but we call Scottish clans. Right? So he's from a clan and then tribal is seen as, it's really a derogatory term in the West, I think. There's an association with primitive people. And true primitive, this is one of the most primitive civilizations in human history, the West. It's very sophisticated in its technology, but if you actually look at the people, their language is totally impoverished. And in that way, it's a very primitive society. All you have to do is look at the type of... this film, The Interview, What's the artistic merit of that film? It's unbelievable. Oh, this is freedom of speech. It's freedom to produce garbage. I mean, that's a troubled civilization when this is held up as art and freedom of speech. I haven't seen the film, but I know enough about Seth Rogen and James Franco to know that there is absolutely nothing of merit in that piece of tripe, to use a word related to tribe. In any case, the Masuma clan is from a group of Mauritanians known as Zawaya. The Zawaya, the Mauritanian, Yusuf ibn Tashfin basically segregated the society into functional components. So he was quite brilliant in that way. And this is even though it's not necessarily Islamic, it's something that happens, it tends to happen organically in societies. You get a scholastic class, the mavens, they're called, if you want to use a term from Gladwell, thank you, Malcolm Gladwell's book, the mavens. So these are the intellectual elite. They're called Brahmins in India, right? Now it's obviously the technological mavens are really the dominant ones, the scientists now, because we're in the age of quantity and not quality. So what was traditionally considered erudition is no longer. But Yusuf ibn Tashfin classified these different groups. So they had different functions. So you had the Zawaya, which were the Brahmin. You had the Arab, which were the warrior class. In Hinduism, the Kashtiya class. And then you had the Zanaga, which were like, they took care of the animals, but they were really like the Vaishya class in the Hindu classification, which Gandhi was from. Gandhi was actually a third class Hindu. He was not a Brahmin. Very interesting. His solidarity with the other classes. So the Zawaya class was, they were committed to learning. And literally, if you were a male from that class, it was a given that you memorized the Quran. Until very recently, every single person from that class memorized the Quran and learned grammar and fiqh. But a tradition developed in Mauritania that was very, very interesting, because what would happen is they would get to a certain level of knowledge, and then very often they would go to Fes to study in the Qarawiyyin. This was the common practice. And they ended up, in the last few hundred years, they have produced some of the most remarkable scholars of late, because they've held on to a pre-modern tradition of learning that was quite widespread in the Muslim world and is no longer. In fact, it's almost non-existent now in most of the Muslim world. And so the Muslim community is no longer producing the type of scholars that they used to produce. Now, undeniably, there's an ossification that occurred in this madrasa. All of the Muslim schools, unfortunately, fell into a type of just dereliction. They were no longer producing scholars that were really engaging the world as it was changing. One of the Mauritanian scholars told me that we're like the people of the cave. We went to sleep for 300 years. We woke up and the world was different. But what they did do was they preserved in the desert of the Sahara a tradition that was very, very functional in the desert of the Sahara. It worked very well for them. They had their fuqaha, they had their muftis, they had their judges. Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya's father, Shaykhna Mahfoud, was considered the greatest scholar of Mauritania of his time. When they met in the when they got their independence in the early 60s, all of the scholars of Mauritania convened in Nouakchott, and they put Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya's father as the imam to lead them in prayer. And this is some really, really, truly great scholars. So he was recognized even at that time. He was a judge. in the eastern province, and from a very, very notable clan, the Masuma clan. They're noted for their humility in knowledge and in learning, and they're noted also for their mastery of the Quran. But what's interesting about Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayy, because in the eastern part of Mauritania, they tend to focus on Quran and fiqh. And in the western part, they tend to focus on the Arabic language. Shaykh Abdullah's father, his own father, was a master of the Arabic language. And so he focused on, in his early education, on learning language. And one of the important things about our civilization is it was a civilization entirely predicated on knowledge. And this is something that the great Jewish Orientalist, in his book Knowledge Triumphant, Franz Rosenthal, writes that as far as he could tell, and he's a world-class historian, as far as he could tell, he could find no other civilization whose entire reason for existence was the pursuit of, the development of, and then transmission of knowledge. He said the Islamic civilization was a society that was completely obsessed with knowledge in all of its forms. But at the center of that civilization was language and the mastery of language. More important than numbers was the language, and in particular what we would call in the West the trivium, although trivium I think is a misnomer in that it's not really three. The trivium indicates three sciences. The Arabs called them as-sana'at al-thalath, the three arts. Sana'a is like a craft. And that was originally what the trivium was seen as. But the first one, grammar, has many dimensions. So it has literature. I was looking, there's a poem that gives the number of sciences that you have to learn, 12 language sciences, although there's over 30 in the Islamic tradition. One of them, ilm al-wada', is almost gone. They still teach it in Turkey, but I haven't seen it taught anywhere else. And it's a very interesting science. It's unique too. It's Deen al-Iji really developed it out of rhetoric and logic, and it's a science that enables you to determine quickly the context of a word, its position in a sentence. In any case, one of the sciences was muhadara, and there was a discussion on the internet, like what did muhadara mean, and nobody knew what it meant. It was very interesting, like all these Arabs writing, you know, what's ilm al-muhadara? And then somebody said, oh, it's lecturing, because that's a modern term, muhadara. And then somebody says, no, I think it's something else. Somebody said, I don't know. You know, none of them knew what it is. Muhadara was what E.D. Hirsch, who some of you might know, he wrote the Dictionary of Cultural Literacy and emphasized the fact that you needed to be culturally literate in order to become somebody who could understand the society they lived in, read books, understand. We tend to forget how complicated literacy is, how sophisticated it is. When we're speaking, we're using words, and that's why there's so much breakdown of communication now, because we're all saying things but understanding different things from the same words that we're using. And this is a problem because we no longer have a unified knowledge. Domain knowledge was the knowledge that was necessary to understand your culture or civilization. So for instance, those of you who were born in Canada or in the United States, even though your parents migrated here, there are things that you know about this society that they'll never get because they didn't get the domain knowledge. It's as simple as that. There's metaphors that they won't understand. There's linguistic idioms that they'll never get or never understand. In the same way that if you grow up in Britain, if you grow up even in, and then we have microculture. So if you grow up speaking Ebonics, there's a whole aspect of that culture that you will not get if you're outside of that culture. And the same is true even within the dominant, soon-to-be minority culture in America of what's called the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant culture. That is a culture. But there were other cultures that were minority cultures that are now considered white that weren't considered white. So for instance, Italian Americans, they have a whole set of references that somebody outside of their culture won't understand. If you grow up in an Irish neighborhood in Boston, there's a whole set of cultural references that people outside of that will not understand. And these are the microcultures. But then you have a macro culture. And this is what enables multicultural societies to function effectively when we have common ground and we can understand each other. And this is education. This is not learning a dominant culture as a master culture. So there's people that argue that this is just the dominant culture forcing or imposing itself on minorities. No, there's a reason why it's dominant, because it has certain tools that those cultures that are not dominant don't have. And that's why when you learn those tools, you become a formidable enemy if you're from these other cultures. Malcolm is a good example of that, who learned the tools of the culture, who could go to the Oxford Union on December 3rd, 1963, and hold his ground toe-to-toe with masters of that tradition, because he knew their language, he knew their cultural references. He quotes Hamlet in that speech, because he actually read Shakespeare. If you read his biography, he was interested in literature. He knew English very well. He mastered the language. He knew rhetoric very well. He mastered rhetoric. And he was a master of logic. If you listen to his arguments, he's always making solid logical arguments. And this is what the dominant culture is very afraid of. When people actually learn these tools that they use to empower themselves. And so the Muslim civilization was a civilization predicated on learning these tools. And if you want a really beautiful study of this fact, then I would recommend reading John Walbridge's book about the Caliphate of Reason, in which he shows that the Muslims were obsessed with the arts of language, with grammar, with rhetoric and logic. And this is what was at the center of their teaching, because they knew if you try to access revelation without these tools, it'll be a disaster. And that's what we're seeing all over the Muslim world now. We're seeing people trying to access the Quran without understanding the tools that will enable you to access the Quran. Now people will say, well, the Sahaba didn't know those tools. Absolutely they did. They were masters of rhetoric. They were masters of the Arabic language. They knew grammar intuitively. They knew if they heard something that was wrong. Sayyidina Umar radiallahu anhu saw some people shooting arrows, and he said, "Sawwibu ramyakum," straighten up your shooting. And one of them said, "Nahnu mubtadi'een," we're beginners. And that should be a jumla ismiya. It should have a mubtada and a khabar. The mubtada should be nahnu, mubtadi'un is the khabar, so it's marfu' because they're both marfu'. So they said nahnu mubtadi'een, as if it was mansub bil-ikhtisas. Nahnu al-mubtadi'een la na'lamu dhalika. You could say that. There it's mansub bil-ikhtisas. But they said nahnu mubtadi'een. He said, wallahi, inna lahnakum ashaddu alayya min khata'ikum fi ramikum. This mistake in your grammar is harder on me than missing the mark. Because Arabic was already diminishing because of the Ajam that were becoming Muslim, the Mawali. Just like if you go to some Gulf states, you have these little Arab kids that speak English with an Urdu accent. Because they grow up with, and then they use, like if you go to certain Gulf states, there's Arabic terms that come out of Urdu now. Or if you go to Egypt, they have all these terms that came out of Turkish, Bardu and Kubri, because the Turks were living there. And so this is what changes the language, in the same way that you've got all of this type of language degradation that's happening because of all of these slangs. Interestingly enough, some of the ulama actually prohibited inventing words. There were ulama that considered the invention of words and slang to be prohibited because they said through that, communication breaks down. And the purpose of language is to communicate. So people should not have private languages. And it's very interesting. So Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya grew up in a place that has had this tradition. And what is unique about these people is that they were Bedouin. And we, as far as I can tell, we are the only civilization that ever created highly literate Bedouin people. Bedouin people live all over, Aboriginal peoples. They live all over the world. But this is the only civilization that ever created highly literate Bedouin people. This is one of the miracles of Islam. And when I was in Mauritania and seeing them studying logic, Aristotelian logic, Bedouin living in tents, studying Aristotelian logic, I once saw when Murabt al-Hajj was trying to explain what Jawahir al-Fard was to a Bedouin boy. He was studying aqidah, and one of the concepts is in ilm al-kalam, there's the atomic theory, which is similar to the string theory, that the entire world is made up of indivisible atoms, not what we call the modern atom that can be split and massive chaos comes out of that splitting. No, the atom that is indivisible, the monad. So this is the particle that cannot be split. It's like a geometric point. You know, if you look at Euclid's definitions, the point is really a mystical concept because it has no depth, breadth, or width. The point. So this is like the Jawhar al-Fard in the Arabic tradition. So Murabt al-Hajj took some sand and he said, if the veil was lifted from you, and he threw the sand up, he said, you would see the whole world like this. So here's a Bedouin in the Sahara explaining to a young boy what we now know as the field. This is extraordinary. So this is the culture that he grew up out of. But now he is obviously what we would call in our culture a genius. So he was gifted with a phenomenal intellect. But there's other components, there's spiritual components that are part of this. Imam al-Ghazali said that our theology is not based simply on discursive thought, but it's also based on spiritual states. And so there's an element which we call the fatah. Ya fatah, iftah lana fathan qariba. Allah is al-fatah. He's the one that opens the intellect. People that they can actually, we know now that intellects grow with learning. The more synaptic connections you have in your brain, the more effective the brain becomes. We know that learning will actually make you smarter. We know that. Sayyidina Umar said, "Ta'lam al-Arabiyyata fa innaha tazidu al-aql." Learn Arabic because it increases your intellect. So you can actually become more intelligent the more you learn. And so this is the environment that he grew up in, and with his brilliance, at an early age, he was mastering the sciences of Islam. And we call them sciences, ulum are sciences. The modern word science has been relegated to mean the material sciences, like biology or chemistry. But in our tradition, a science is something that can be learned. Unlike intuition, what the Greeks call nous, what we call aql. There's a difference between aql and ilm. Aql understands, it grasps. But science can actually be imparted. You can't impart grasping. You either understand something or you don't. If I say, you know, this cup is heavier than this cup, you have to understand that. If you don't understand that, I can't really prove it to you. I could put it on a scale, but you're still not going to understand the concept. So you have to just grasp certain concepts, and upon those concepts, you can base other knowledge. So what we don't know is based on what we already know. So learning is like building blocks. You build upon what you already know to arrive at things that you don't know. So if you know grammar, you can learn logic, but you cannot learn logic without grammar. If you know logic and grammar, then it's very easy to learn rhetoric. If you don't know those two, then rhetoric becomes very difficult because they're all related. So sciences are imparted. This is naql. So you have aql and naql. Aql is understanding, naql is what's imparted. And these are the sciences. Traditionally, the first thing that Muslims learned was memorization of Quran. The reason for this is a child does not have the capacity to understand. Their understanding is very limited, but they have an extraordinary ability to retain knowledge. Most children. I mean, obviously, memory there's a genetic component. Is also in Chinese medicine, it's related to kidney strength. The stronger your kidneys are, the better your memory is. There's things that diminish memory. Sinfulness diminishes memory, is well known in our tradition. Obedience strengthens memory. They say 21 raisins every morning strengthens memory. That's Imam Zarnuji says that. And then obviously there are other things that are used, but having a retentive memory is a blessing. Having a photographic memory. I've only met a few people that I think have. I met one Mauritanian man in Medina whose father, he was from the Tejekanat clan. His father said he never read anything that he didn't understand, and he never read anything that he forgot. Everything he read, he retained. I met a man in Mauritania that memorized the entire Qamus, the dictionary of Al-Fairuzabadi. I also met a man that knew all 9 books of the Hadith by rote with the Isnad. And in fact, I gave him my copy of Al-Bukhari, which was handwritten. It was the most precious thing in my possession, I think. And he opened it up and he found a mistake in one of the riwayah. So I said, you can have it. So, yeah. So that's a true story. And it was actually a really precious book. It had gold. It was written in gold. And it was done from the Zawiya Dilaiya in Morocco. In any case, I mean, I've met those people. So when we read about Imam al-Bukhari, I know that it's true because I've met those people. Shaykh Abdullah, one of the things that he does that's interesting to me is he does not show off his knowledge. Like he doesn't, you know, he won't, he'll only take what he wants to convey, the meaning he wants conveyed. And I've seen many examples of that in translating for him. I'll give you one example. He mentioned once a hadith which is in Sahih Muslim, and he just mentioned one part of it. And I was curious about the hadith, and I asked him about it later, and he said it's a long hadith. And then I said, you know, which book is it in? He said it's a long, tawil. He says long hadith. And then I said, where does that come in it? And then he recited the whole hadith to me, which was probably about a page and a half. But he will often quote hadith by meaning. He won't even quote the nas, even though I know he knows the nas. He'll just quote the meaning from the hadith. So he has, mashallah, a phenomenal memory, blessed with a really extraordinary understanding. And those two are rare in individuals. Imam Suyuti said, God usually gives a retentive memory, but the understanding is diminished. Or he gives a lot of understanding, but the memory is diminished. And he said, and the wisdom between that is the nudrat al-kamal, the rarity of wholeness or completion. Because it's just a rare thing in the world to see that in the world. But Imam Suyuti said, but when they come together like they did in me, that's what he said. He said, when they come together like they did in me, then you'll see wonders. But Imam Suyuti himself, you know, they say that there's a Persian proverb that says that the peacock only looks at its ugly feet. It never sees the beautiful plumage. And Imam Suyuti could not do mathematics for the life of him. He was a brilliant man, but he just could not understand math problems. And he was actually opposed to logic because the ulama considered it a condition for the mujtahid. So he abridged Ibn Taymiyyah's refutation of the logicians. But there's an interesting story because his logic teacher stole a book that he'd done in usul al-fiqh, and he never forgave him. He was only 16 when he was studying logic with him, and he stole his book. And he said, I know that he's going to go back to Turkey and claim it as his own. Anyway, that'll get you against logic. If your logic teacher stole your work. So when Shaykh Abdullah was in his early 20s, he was sent to Tunis with a group of judges. One of them, and very interesting, Shaykh Abdullah and I both share a teacher, because one of my teachers in fiqh was his teacher in the Quran, Shaykh Bayy bin Salek, a brilliant Mauritanian scholar, really one of the most amazing people I ever met. And he was his teacher. And Ghali Uldafa, who was a famous Mauritanian in Medina, who wrote a book on Medina that's quite well known. It's in all the bookstores in Medina. Ghali, I was reading his book one day, and I saw a footnote, and I went down, he said, and he wrote, and I didn't know that he knew Shaykh Abdullah, but he wrote in the book, I first heard this from Al-Allama, the great scholar, Abdullah bin Bayya. And he said he was my companion during my student days in the Mahdara, which is what they call the madrasa. And he said, one of the things about him that struck all of us was if he ever heard a line of poetry, he would say, who wrote that? And then he would go find the qasida and memorize the whole qasida. And he said he had amazing himma. And so he learned all of the pre-Islamic poetry by rote. And his mastery of the Arabic language is phenomenal, but he has a distinction that I think is really important to his development and understanding of the modern world that I haven't seen in other scholars. And that is, he mastered a European language. When he came back from Tunis, and he graduated #1, even though he was the youngest of the group, and they were all accomplished jurists. He graduated #1. In 1961, he was actually interviewed by the Voice of America in Tunisia, which I'd love to find that interview, because they put him as the spokesman for the Mauritanian group as they'd gained their independence. He was involved in the independence movement. One of the first positions that he went to a city, a town, where a lot of because this was a time when Mauritania still had riq, which is this servitude. They still had riq, and there were runaway slaves. He went and taught them. And he has always been opposed to slavery. He was against the slavery in Mauritania. And he went and taught them, these runaway slaves. He went and taught them Arabic and reading and writing and Quran and basic fiqh. And this was the first thing that he did. And then he became a minister. He was Minister of Justice. He held several ministerial posts. He was the permanent secretary of the... He also convinced the president to implement the Sharia. And he wrote all of the marriage laws for Mauritania, and he was involved in all the tadween of these that are still intact in Mauritania. So these are the laws that are on. The day after the president signed the decree to implement Sharia, there was a coup in Mauritania, and he ended up in jail. So people think, they see Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayy now. They don't know the struggles that he's been through, his commitment to this deen, but he's a very pragmatic person. He knows the world, and he knows how it works. He knows history, and he understands the time we're living in a way that I haven't seen in other scholars. He ended up leaving Mauritania. He went to Saudi Arabia, became a professor at King Abdulaziz, and he's always been committed to the teaching that he learned in West Africa from his father, and then studied also in Tunis, where he got his doctorate. But he learned French in a very short period of time because all of the ministers knew French except for him. And they used to speak French, and then they'd say, oh, pardon, Shaykh Abdullah ma ya'arif al-Faransiyya, and then they'd start speaking Arabic. So he would get a radio and listen to French news every night. And he learned, after learning the alphabet, he would listen to the words, write them down, and then find them in the dictionary. So he actually taught himself French just from listening to the radio. And then one day he came in, they were speaking French, and they said, oh, Shaykh Abdullah is here. And he said, no. Yeah, it's not a problem. Go ahead. Anyway, what he's been doing, one of the things that Mauritania, they don't write books usually when they're young. It's quite rare because they really believe that it takes a long time for nudaj to become mature. They tend to write later in their life. His incredible output has been in the last 15 years. He's almost 80. And what he's done really is he has done tajdeed of usul al-fiqh. Raghib Isfahani said that the scholars of Islam are like regimented soldiers. And he said the generals are the usuli scholars. These are the ones that really understand. Now, probably one of his most important books is called Amaliya Dilalat, or Dalalat, or Dulalat. It's a thulathi. You can use all three. Mauritanians use it with Dilalat. Eastern Arabs tend to say Dalalat. So Amali are what you recite from memory. Yumli. So this is called Amaliya Dilalat. It's what the connotations of the words are telling us, what they're telling us. And so it's a study really of usul al-fiqh, but one of the things that he's attempting to do is, one, restore the centrality of Arabic back to the Sharia and the importance of it, because many people that go to Sharia colleges now do not learn Arabic in any deep way. They learn enough to be able to read, and they still, even educated Arabs make a lot of mistakes when they read, especially if you read the older books, because of sarf more than nahu. Sarf is takes a long time to master. But he wrote this book, and then he also wrote several other books. One of them, Al-Hiwar an Bu'd, which is a dialogue from a distance. He wrote another book which is called Fiqh al-Aqalliyat, which is probably somewhat unfortunate because there's another minority fiqh that is associated with other scholars that has nothing to do with his minority fiqh. And so people lump them together. Shaykh Abdullah is not a modernist, and he's said that before. He said, Ana lastu hadathiyan. I'm not a hadathi. I'm not a modernist. He is totally committed to the tradition, but believes that the tradition needs to be reactivated, that it has lain dormant for a very long time. And scholars are reluctant to activate these usuli tools that were so important in the past. And he feels that it's absolutely necessary because of the challenges that we're facing as a community, that we've never had challenges like this. We have economic challenges. He said that the traditional books of commercial law do not deal with many of the commercial transactions. He actually gave a talk to a group of economists in France, and the head of the IMF was in the audience, and she was completely flabbergasted and said that she had never seen such accurate usage of economic terms by somebody who was not inside their community. But he knows Islamic commercial law, and he wrote an entire book on the usuli aspects of commercial law, and he dealt with derivatives, the problem of derivatives. He gives an analysis of why the Western system is so flawed and how it could be improved on by principles that have been known for centuries in Islamic commercial law. And he goes on, he gives all the reasons why usury was prohibited. And it's a very detailed study of economics. And this is an area that the ulama have grossly neglected. I mean, Malaysia has done some, they've attempted to do it, but part of the problem is you don't have scholars that have knowledge of the tradition and then knowledge of the modern complexities. And this is where the crisis lies. You either have traditionalists who don't know anything about the modern world, or you have modernists who understand the modern world to whatever degree, but they don't know the tradition. And there's an assumption, there's a lot of mythology. I'll give you one great myth that is constantly thrown out there. The idea that the Muslims shut the door of ijtihad. That is a complete myth that comes out of Orientalism and has nothing to do with our tradition. Every single book of usul, there's a chapter on ijtihad. All of the ulama are in agreement that ijtihad is necessary until the end of time. None of the ulama have ever said that ijtihad stops, because there's always new problems. So you have to make ijtihad. Where they felt that the ijtihad, one door was closed, which is called al-ijtihad al-mutlaq, absolute ijtihad. In other words, they felt that one of the last people to claim it was Imam Suyuti. It was rejected, which is to say that they don't have to follow the usul of one of the imams, that they're outside of that. Ibn Taymiyyah, who was a Hanbali scholar, but despite that, he broke rank with the scholars of his time, arguing that following the madhabs, taqleed of the madhabs was a problem, and that you needed to work not just within the madhabs, but allow the possibility of going outside of the madhabs. And Shaykh Abdullah, in certain areas, he will do that. Although he's deeply committed to the usul of Imam Malik, radiallahu anhu, and he knows the usul of the other three imams. This book is a comparative study. I mean, that's not the central point of the book, but he goes into the comparative study I mean, let me give you just one example. The ulama determined that language has different types. So you have what are called haqa'iq lughawiyya. These are haqa'iq. They're the realities of lugha, of Arabic, or any language. But they say there's a haqiqa wad'iyya. So this is the reality of what we would call in Western logic the denotation of a word. What the word denotes. In other words, what the original meaning of the word and the purpose of the word. So for instance, marriage is the joining of a male and a female in Arabic. Now you can change that meaning like they're doing today, but the original meaning is clearly, in fact, gametos, which is the Greek word for marriage, is where we get gametes from. Zawaj in Arabic is the marrying of opposites. So in the Arabic language, yuzawwiju means zawj is an opposite, right? Allah created everything in opposites, right? So the whole concept of marriage linguistically, the wada' of the word is the joining of a male and a female. Now, then you have what's called a haqiqa urfiyya, which is a customary usage, it's conventional. It could be slang or it could be the change in the word over time. There are many people that argue, oh, English is in flux. Very little of English has changed in the last 500 years. And that's a fact. You can read Shakespeare with a little bit of training. I mean, Shakespeare, who was writing at the end of the 16th, beginning of the 17th century, Shakespeare, you can read Hamlet if you have a basic education from, any Western school here. There's going to be words that you don't know, things that he uses, but it's still English. It's the English that we speak. And so it hasn't changed that much. But there's this argument, no, there's all these radical shifts in language. It's not true. Language has a stability because language is tradition. So you can change the meaning of marriage to mean the marriage of two males conventionally, and you can call that marriage. And you can have a ceremony and say that's urf. But that's not the wada' of the lugha. It's not what the word was placed for when people first used the word. It's not what they meant. So for the last millennia since human beings have been getting married, nobody ever had the concept of two women getting married or two men getting married. It just didn't exist. So now there's people that want to argue, no, marriage is whatever we want it to mean, because they don't believe in essences. They don't believe that there's natural meanings to these terms. And then you have what's called a haqiqa shar'iyya, which is what the Sharia says the word is used for. So for instance, Kareem to the Jahili Arabs really meant extravagant. It was a spendthrift who was extravagant. It came to mean something different. Inna akramakum indallah atqakum. So Allah changed that meaning for the Arabs and related it to piety. So that's an example. And then you have haqiqa majaziyya, which is figurative meaning. What it's used figuratively, like Zaydun Bahrun. Zayd is an ocean. We don't mean he's a body of water, right? We mean he has an extraordinary amount of knowledge, as if it was like the ocean. So metaphors are similes without the use of as or like. In usul, the ulama differed about if a word had a literal meaning, but then it had a conventional meaning, which one do you use first? So the Shafi'is said that you should use the haqiqa wad'iyya. What was the literal meaning of the word? وَأَصُلُ الْكَلَمَ الْحَقِيقَةِ. That's a qa'idah. The basis of speech is literal. You should always take something literal. If I say I've got a headache, you should take that literally, that I feel pain in my head, before you think that I'm just saying, all this trouble at the office is giving me a headache. So I don't really mean I have a pain in my head. I'm just saying it's like a headache, right? So you take things literally before you take them figuratively in Sharia. That's according to Malik and Abu Hanifa said no, they should be taken by customary usage before you take the literal usage. So what people use, and then some made tafsil. Imam al-Ghazali from the Shafi'i said you should go by the urf before you go by, and Imam al-Juwayni said that also. You should go by customary usage before you go by literal usage. So these are differences in usul. And it's going to have a difference in, so if I swore, for instance, Wallahi la arkabu ba'iran, right? And then I rode so I swore an oath that I'm not going to ride a camel, but then I rode a donkey. Now, donkey in the Quran, there's a himru ba'ir in the Quran that is actually means donkey. So ba'ir in the Quran, there's one ayah where some of the mufassirun interpret it to mean donkey, but that doesn't include. When I swore not to ride a ba'ir, I wasn't thinking donkey. I was thinking a male camel. So there's an example of where that difference of opinion would have some import in how the ulama assess it. So this is in essence what Shaykh Abdullah is trying to do, is really revive usul al-fiqh as a means for dealing with our problems. I'll give you an example of what he did. There was a woman who became Muslim in the United States, and she was married, and the man was not Muslim. And so all these Muslims told her the marriage is no longer valid, you have to divorce your husband. Now I saw this happen there was a young woman who became Muslim with me in Santa Clara. And then she just disappeared, and I asked what happened, and they said, oh, they told her she had to divorce her husband. So she left Islam. Now, this woman, they were telling her, oh, the marriage is invalid now because he's not a Muslim, and a Muslim woman can't be married to a non-Muslim man. Well, Shaykh Abdullah gave a fatwa based on a sound transmission from a situation that happened in Iraq, where a Christian woman became Muslim, and the husband was not a Muslim, but he did not have a problem with her being a Muslim. And so Sayyidina Ali actually judged that she could stay with him. So Shaykh Abdullah said, in this time when people's iman is not strong, to where they would actually leave their family for their religion. Very often they'll end up choosing their family over their religion. That's an example where you should take something that, even though the four madhabs don't have that, especially in the lands of non-Muslims, because there is an opinion that if she's in the lands of the non-Muslims, she can stay with her non-Muslim husband if he doesn't oppose her Islam. And so that was his opinion. So she called me and I gave her that opinion, which I learned from Shaykh Abdullah. I wouldn't have known that if I didn't. I would have told her the same thing that most Muslims know. And she might have left Islam, but she didn't. She said, oh, I'm really glad to hear that, because they were telling me I had to leave my husband. Her husband became Muslim 6 months later. So there's an example where we could have lost 2 people to Islam without having the wisdom or the hikmah and the vastness of our sharia, because the sharia is vast and it's a rahmah before anything else. And so these are the types of situations that he's grappling with as a mujtahid. And really trying to revive the importance of using these tools that were given to us, but the tools need to be mastered. They take a long time to master, and they need serious students, and that's part of the problem, because the scholars of his caliber are disappearing from our community. Anyway, that's a little introduction. Does anybody have any questions they want to ask, or go ahead? That was quick. Usually it's like a few minutes. They say you're supposed to wait. For modern day? Well, like I said, he's pragmatic in that the economy is what it is. So the attempts, this idea that Muslims can simply get out of the economy. There's a global system that's very powerful. It's a very destructive system. It's wreaking a lot of havoc. But his approach is really, first of all, we have to understand what it is. And then we have to understand what the Sharia enables us to do given the situation. And so, he addresses different problems, like the problem, obviously fractional reserve banking is a problem. Even in corporations, the idea of a corporation being a fictional person is anathema to traditional fiqh. You can't have limited liability in traditional fiqh. You have to have responsibility. The corporation you can't have an entity that's disembodied that's responsible. You have to have human beings that are responsible. And so granting in the United States, I don't know what the situation, I know they have the same type system here, but in the United States, corporations were granted protection under the 14th Amendment, which when you have a corporation that has 500 lawyers, it's unequal protection under the law, because they can do a lot more. If you try to sue a corporation, good luck. Mm-hmm. What's that? On Marasid al-Mu'amalat. It's Darul Minhaj published it in Jeddah. Okay. It's in Arabic. All his books, unfortunately, in Arabic, with the exception of, and I've tried to get people to translate them. I've even paid people, but his Arabic's just really difficult. So people have a really hard time, even like educated people that have good background, because there's a lot of technical terms. His Arabic, he uses a pre-modern Arabic in his writing. So he doesn't write in modern Arabic, which is heavily influenced by English, and he actually really hates it. I once gave Rabt al-Hajj an article from Sharq al-Awsat, and he read it and he asked me, what language is this? I'm telling you the truth. And I said, it's Arabic. He said, it's not the Arabic I know. And he has a commentary on the Alfiya of Ibn Malik. He's a great grammarian and scholar of Arabic, but he just couldn't understand it.
Assalamu alaikum. It's good to have you among us today.
Thank you.
Could you just repeat the reference that you mentioned in the beginning, the book that explains how Muslim Bedouins are interested in the linguistics and masters of the language?
Which one? The Triumph of Knowledge?
Was
Which
that
one?
Yeah. John something.
Oh, John Walbridge. That's a really important book, The Caliphate of Reason. Caliphate of Reason. God, Logic, and Islam, The Caliphate of Reason. That's an extremely, I consider that a very important book. And for Pakistanis, one of the interesting things, or Indians, because at this time it was one country. But for Pakistanis, one of the things that he has a chapter on a study that was done in the 1880s by a brilliant, he was Hungarian Jew who had been naturalized in, British. And he did a study for the Foreign Office in what is now Pakistan on the madrasa system, and made a very strong argument that the madrasa system in Pakistan was actually far superior to the schools in England at the time. And he said they produced a much more learned person. They tended to be learned in 3 or 4 languages, with a great knowledge of literature, of logic, of rhetoric, mathematics. And so it's an interesting study to see, and how the British undermined, among many other things they've done, how they undermine, sorry, Dr. Winter, how they undermine the, you know, the Muslim educational system. And the French too, I mean, they're to blame as well. Yeah. 2 peas in a pod. Mm-hmm.
Assalamu alaikum, Shaykh Hamza. Just you made a you made a reference to Shaykh Abdullah's experience with slavery at that time. In light of what's going on with ISIS and whatnot, the slavery laws in Islam have come up a lot. Yeah. And people are criticizing, you know, the early Muslims had concubines and things like that. Well, how do we respond to those accusations?
I mean, first of all, there's no legitimacy. That's not a caliphate. So the idea that it's a caliphate is absolutely absurd. The Prophet ﷺ said, whoever fights under a blind flag and dies a jahili death. We don't know where this flag came from. I mean, we know literally where the flag came from, but we don't know figuratively where the flag came from. We don't know who these people are. Who ever heard of Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi? Seriously, who is he? Everybody knew who Umar ibn al-Khattab was. Everybody knew who Abu Bakr as-Siddiq was. Everybody knew who they were. Muawiyah was known. His son Yazid was known. People knew who they were. I don't know who this guy is. There's all these different opinions. Some say he was like a taxi driver. Some say he was had a doctorate in Islamic law. I mean, there's all these different things. We don't know where they came. Who made the flags? I want to know what factory is producing those flags, because there's so many of them. You know, where did those orange suits come from? Like, who provided those? I mean, that's really interesting. You know, so I mean, what's going on? I don't know. But if you think that is a clear situation, right, then you're using clear in the Scientology's usage, you know. I mean, that is a completely ambiguous situation. We don't know what's going on there. But you can't say, Sayyidina Umar said, if somebody claims to be caliph, don't take bay'ah with him. Right? You can't just, you know, amruhum shura bainahum. Somebody declares he's caliph? What is that? You know, that's Zig Heil. That's another religion. So, I mean, that whole idea. And so slavery was abolished. You know, the Prophet ﷺ freed slaves. The Quran encourages to free slaves. Concubinage existed in the pre-modern world. It existed in the Bible. And it was practiced. Islam humanized what were inhumane institutions, right? And it's as simple as that. But the modern world, there's more slavery today in the modern world than there ever has been in human history. So this idea that we've abolished slavery is a load of crap. And there's all these women in horrific, inhumane concubinage in the United States, right? And people go and they sleep with these women and they don't care about them. You know, so all these righteous cheese and cracker people out there, you know, all the cheese and cracker crowd, you know, I mean, these people sit around and discuss things over red wine, how horrific and barbaric the Muslims are, when their own civilization is filled with the most horrific crimes against humanity. So I don't, I'm sorry. I just don't buy it. Yeah. Humans are humans. You know, Islam deals with the human beast as he or she is. Not as we would like this idealized creature, angelic creature to be. No, there are beasts out there. And they do beastly things, right? So, but the idea somehow that this is acceptable in Islam, a'udhu billah. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. It's a demonic situation. Simple as that. These poor Yazidi girls. I mean, they've been living in that civilization for centuries. What Muslims never knew that, you know, and they're not devil worshippers, you know. They've got some angel that's called Shaitan or something like that. That's the same in this culture. Lucifer is the fallen angel, and, you know, but Muslims left them alone. You know, they left them alone. Muslims were very tolerant civilizations. Just left people alone. You know, if you don't step on people's toes, they tend to just reciprocate with civility. If you step on their toes, people get angry. But yeah, it's a bad situation. Muslims, I mean, this is a tough situation for Islam. I don't know if it's, you know, there's probably periods that have been close to, but the real crisis today is the lack of scholars. I mean, that's where the real crisis is. And there's so many Sheikh Googles out there. There's so many muftis of the internet. And it's really creating immense confusion in our community. On top of that, you have an anti-phobic industry, Islamophobic industry out there that is heavily funded. They have their own scholars. And if I wanted to write a book painting Islam as the darkest religion in human history, I could do it. Anybody that has access to, you know, our library, the pre-modern library, can pull out things. But they were never normative Islam. You have crazy opinions in every religion. They weren't normative. I mean, you have, opinions in the Jewish tradition that a child can be married at the age of 3 and penetrated. But that's not normative rabbinical Judaism, but that opinion exists. So if you put that out and say, oh, look, you know, the Jews, they permit pedophilia, that's crazy. They don't permit that. But you can find those opinions. And Christians that are anti-Jewish, they pull out this stuff from the Talmud, and they say, look how evil Judaism is, right? You could do the same thing with Islam, and the truth be told, you could do it with Christianity as well. Because there's a lot of crazy opinions in Christianity as well. But what is normative Islam? And then, when is normative Islam overridden? Because we have, for instance, istihsan, according to the Malikis and the Hanafis. We have istihsan, we have masalih al-mursalat, we have usuli tools that I'm going to talk about in the next lecture. We have usuli tools that enable us to override things that would be unjust if they were implemented. For instance, ridda right now, you can't implement apostasy laws in the Muslim world. Ibn Humam, the great Shafi'i scholar, said that when ignorance is widespread, you suspend the had punishments altogether. There's no had punishments because people are ignorant. You have to educate people. You can't cut off hands when you have the type of poverty and injustice on this planet that we have. You can't cut people's hands off for stealing. So, you know, Sharia is rational, it's merciful, it's generous, it's al-Hanafiyatu Samha. And the Prophet ﷺ, he was forgiving. And if you look at all the Sahaba, I mean, I'll give you one example. Sayyidina Umar caught a thief. And the thief said, it's the first time. He said, you're a liar because Allah will always veil you the first time. And then he said, Asarakta qul la. He said, did you steal? Say no. And this is Amir al-Mu'mineen, Umar ibn al-Khattab. He said, did you steal? Say no. And he said, no. And he said, get out of here. Innaka dharif. You're an intelligent. That's dharafat al-faqih. You know, the faqih got him out of the... You know, he said, did you steal? And then he said, say no. So what does he do? He didn't say, yes, I stole, and no. He said no. So he got the point. And so Omar, what Abu Bakr al-Tartushi said, Omar understood that his intelligence would prevent him from doing it a second time. This is leniency. This is leniency in our tradition. And that was the tradition. But, you know, women, the Prophet said, لا يكرمهن إلا كريم ولا يهينهن إلا لئيم. No one honors women except honorable men, and no one degrades them except contemptible men. And so what's being done to these women is contemptible. And these are contemptible people. They're degrading these women. You know, these women have their human dignity. When did you make them slaves? When their mothers gave them birth as free people. You know. Anyway. Any other? Yes?
Shaykh Hamza.
Yes? Oh, assalamu alaikum. How are you? Good
I'm
to
good.
see you. Happy you're back.
How's your father?
What's that?
Your dad?
Oh, alhamdulillah. He's better.
That's
Yeah.
good.
He gets out on Friday. Inshallah, the hospital.
I have a question about Sufis or not Sufis.
Uh-huh.
About people always says Sufi is not good and not other Sufis.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Sadia. People always ask that same questions.
Okay. So what was the second part? I understood the first part.
Sufis.
Yeah, I understood that. What was the? Did somebody hear the second part? Okay. First of all, Sufi as a term that needs to be defined, because a lot of people claim to be Sufis that have nothing to do with Sufis. One of the Mauritanian scholars said, عاش بها القوم بخير عيشة فصيرت من بعدهم معيشة يدعى الذي يمشي عليه السارق وسارقها اليوم حزب هالك. That and he's talking about the Sufis. He said there was a people that lived the best life, the life of the Sufi. But afterwards they turned it into a livelihood. And you call the one, they used to call the one who goes down that path a salik. Salik means you're on the Sufi path. He said, but today that group is Hizbun Halik. It's a sect that's going to be destroyed or perish. His point is that Sufism, like all the other traditions in Islam, became corrupted. Even Hassan al-Basri early on said about the Sufis, he said it was a name, it was a reality without a name, but now it's a name without a reality. So the Sahaba were all Sufis without that name Sufi. And that's if you define Sufi to mean, Sidi Ahmed Zarruq in Qawaid al-Tasawwuf, he said there are more than 2,000 definitions of Tasawwuf. But all of them revolve around the fundamental definition, Sidq al-Tawajjuh ila-Allah, sincere inner directedness to God. So if you define Tasawwuf as sincere inner directedness to God, then it's a good thing. If you define it as something else, I don't know. So when people talk about the Sufis, if you go to the Muslim world, there's people that call themselves Sufis, and later they distinguish between Sufiya and Mutasawwifa. The Mutasawwifa were people that pretended to be Sufis. The Sufiya, and early on, the Muslims had positive things to say about Sufis. They were a group of people, the early ones were very much into zuhud, which is detachment from the world. They were called the bakka'un, the weepers, because they cried all the time. Rabi' al-Adawiyya introduced love into the scenario, and it became less of a fear of God and more of a love of God. So, but Ibn Ashir, who died in 1040 in the Islamic period, in the 17th century, in the Christian era, Ibn Ashir, who wrote the textbook of North African, West African Islam. Everybody in Morocco, that went to even a kutab, just a basic school, learned Ibn Ashur by heart. And that was the basis of religion. And he begins the book by في عقد الأشعري وفقه مالك وفي طريقة الجنيد السالك. In the madhab of Imam Malik, the aqidah of Imam al-Ash'ari, and the path of Junayd al-Salik. I mean, that was Islam to North Africans, West Africans since the beginning. And you'll find the isnad goes back all three. And so traditionally, I mean, there's a lot of corruption in tasawwuf, but overall, tasawwuf has been a central and extremely important force in keeping Islam centered in rahmah and love. And when you remove those principles from Islam, it becomes a harsh thing. And this is why the people that hate tasawwuf are noted for their harshness. It's as simple as that. And I would rather be on a boat with Sufi Mubtadi'ah than with these other group. Like if the ship sank and there was a boat, and I saw, this kind of Salafi Wahhabi group, and then I saw a bunch of Sufis singing qasidas, I'd much rather get on the boat with the Sufis, because the Wahhabis will end up throwing you overboard, saying your aqidah is not sound or something like that, and there's only food for a few of us. The Sufis, they'll just marhaban, come on, it's all good. So that's the truth. I'm sorry, and I'm not somebody that attacks groups. I don't like attacking groups and things like that. And people, if you look, I mean, I've had a public career for many, many years. You'll be hard pressed to find me speaking ill of any group. And I'll defend, like I've defended Wahhabis about the terrorism, because they have been consistently against terrorism. This is just a fact. They've fatwas against it. Sheikh bin Baz was opposed to suicide bombing. Shaykh Uthaymin, and they had scholars, and they're part of a Hanbali tradition, undeniably, but the Hanbalis were noted for harshness early on. Zamakhshari's famous poem about the Hanbalis, if you say you're Hanbali, they say you're harsh, hard-hearted, literalist. So this is an old thing, but they're part of Islam, and the circle of Islam encompasses everybody. You can't even, you can't make takfir of groups. Takfir is something that is about individuals, and it's something a qadi or a mufti does. It's not done by common people. You can say something is kufr, but to call somebody a kafir is a very dangerous thing to do. Very dangerous thing to do. So, anyway. Over. Last question, I guess. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
My question is more on a practical level. What do you think that Muslim lawyers can do in terms of contributing at this time? Is it more towards protection of religious freedom, or more towards the economic side?
One of the things that I think, it depends. Law is a very broad field, as you know. Are you a lawyer?
Yes.
Are you, okay. What type of law do you practice?
I'm currently just getting licensed in Ontario, so I'm trying to pick in terms of what I should specialize.
So, as you know, there's a lot of different ways. And then law school in our civilization is very superficial. It's 3 years, which is nowhere near enough time to learn law in a deep way. Jurisprudence is not taught anymore. It's very limited, the amount of legal theory that you get in law school. And most lawyers now go into corporate law and serving the dark side of, our civilization. So it's very tragic. But there's a lot of things that Muslims can do. One of them is to really learn law on their own after law school, to continue to learn and study law and really understand that law is a rational project, that the Muslim law is a rational project, that our law in many ways is more rational than Western law. We have universals. I mean, I just was in a talk with Robert George, who's a McCormick professor of law at Princeton, who's a brilliant legal theorist. And in his book, Conscience and Its Enemies, I think it's the first chapter or the second, I think it's the first, he defines 5 things that every civilization should have in order for it to be strong and robust. And it's basically the 5 universals without religion. And I told him, where did you get that from? He said, just from my own reasoning. I said, that's pretty amazing, because Imam al-Juwayni, who's considered one of the greatest legal minds in our civilization, in Islamic civilization. I mean, I'm a son of 2 civilizations, but of the Islamic civilization, he came up with those, and it was considered a great contribution to Islam, the 6 universals. He came up with 5, but he added dignity, George, and Dr. George, and he forgot religion. And when I mentioned religion, he said, of course, that should be in there as well. So I actually wanted to write an article about that, just that, a Western legal theorist, 1,000 years after our greatest legal mind, came up with the same foundation for law. And he actually makes an argument in there for, are you American or Canadian?
Canadian.
Yeah. So it's inquisitorial here, isn't it? The legal system?
Yes.
Yeah, which is closer to the Islamic. Although the Islamic has both. It's a hybrid between adversarial and inquisitorial.
I think it's a hybrid here as well.
Yeah. So, but it's closer to the inquisitorial, because we don't, the judge in America is a referee, and not really a judge in that way. The jury is the judge of the facts, which is a Maliki position too. The jury tradition, the Imam al-Qarafi said, if in the absence of a learned judge, you take 12 notables from the society and they make the judgment on the people. So, and we don't know where the jury system came from. So it's very interesting, because the Malikis were in Sicily, and there's a lot of influence on from King Roger, they called him, the Arabs. So that's one of the things, is just really learning law. Traditionally, law was an apprenticed profession. People didn't go to law school. In the United States, one of the greatest legal minds is John Adams, and he learned it by apprenticing and by reading Blackwell's history of law. So that's one thing. We need constitutional lawyers. I know that Canadian constitutions, it's different here, but we need lawyers that, human rights lawyers are really important. We need nonprofit lawyers. Law is very important. And the thing is, much of Western law dovetails very well with Islamic law. It diverges in certain areas, but generally law is law. If it's rational, it tends to be Islamic. Right? Really. And that's why the mind, and this is not a Mu'tazilite position. This is a Sunni position. It's not Mu'tazilite. I'm not a Mu'tazilite. That is a Sunni position. And if you read John Walbridge's book, he makes that very clear, how committed the Muslims were to rationalism. So I think that's important. But we also need advocates. We need Muslim advocates out there that are defending the rights of the community. I mean, you don't have community rights in Western law, right? But you do have, in the discrimination laws, you have protection of communities. So it's important for us to know the anti-discrimination laws. Also, hate speech. There are important laws about inciting to violence that are very important. And really, we should think about class action suits, because we've had Muslims that have literally been killed, and Sikhs and Hindus that have been killed because they thought they were Muslims, which proves that there is a racial element here. I mean, this idea that it's not about race is not really fair, because Sikhs and Hindus, I mean, what's the proof they're Muslim? Oh, they're brown and they have beards. Anyway, so I hope that helps a little bit. Yeah. All right. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر. صدق الله العظيم. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Alhamdulillah. So it's very interesting. We're really blessed this year to have Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayan and Dr. Nasser together. We had them at the commencement at Zaytuna. And just interesting all the things that they've done and what they've seen in the Muslim world. You know, because Dr. Nasser, just to give you an example, back in the 70s, they organized a conference in Mecca, and he was a central part of it on reforming education in the Muslim world. And I read those books that they produced because they were papers that were given, and his paper and Sayyid Naqib al-Attas, they were amazing, but they didn't take their advice. So, what's that? What? Oh, okay, yeah. It's very sad because a lot of the crises that we're having now is all based on a lot of their diagnostics back then. Kahar ki murghi dal barabar. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. الحمد لله، نحمد الله سبحانه وتعالى ونشكره ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا وسيئات أعمالنا. الحمد لله، من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له. صلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. Alhamdulillah. The main purpose of this book, which is called Amari al-Dilalat wa Majali al-Ikhtilafat, so it's to explain the nature of what are known as the dilalat, and there are over 30 that the usuli scholars identified, and like I said earlier, they really they brought about a set of sciences that they felt were necessary to master in order to properly understand the Sharia. The Sharia, ulama differ, they distinguish between Sharia and fiqh. Sharia is from God. Fiqh is the human understanding of the Sharia. So fiqh is not Sharia in that way. I mean, we call it Sharia urfan, as a urf, it's a haqiqa urfiyah. But the reality of it is Sharia or Shara is from Allah. لِكُلٍّ جَعَلْنَا شَرْعَةً وَمِنْهَاجًا. You know, every group was given a Shara and a minhaj. In other words, a Sharia and then a methodology, a way of implementing the Sharia. This is like the book and the wisdom, the hikmah. Right? The Prophet ﷺ يَتْلُو عَلَيْهِمْ آيَاتِهِ وَيُزَكِّيهِمْ وَيُعَلِّمُهُم الْكِتَابَ وَالْحِكْمَةِ, a Sharia, and then how to implement the Sharia. So, because the nature of language is ambiguous, the only language that we have in the world that is unambiguous is what? No, Arabic's very ambiguous. No. What's that? Mathematics. It's completely unambiguous, which is why you can't say anything important in mathematics. Really, you cannot say anything about the meaning of life in mathematics. Why we're here, where we're going. You can use it to build bridges. You can use it to understand how the stars work. You can do a lot with mathematics. It is the language of quantity, of matter. It's the language of this stuff that we're in. We're in the world of quantity. But we're not quantitative beings by nature. We're qualitative beings by nature. The language of quality is what we speak. So human beings have this capacity to understand the world they're living in through the language of mathematics, which is unambiguous. So we can measure things. The height of this can be measured. Now, obviously, you have what they call, I know in Arabic it's called nuqta mayyita. It's like a dead point in engineering, that you can't ever get to the exact because it's just going to get that infinitesimal point of exactitude. But we can measure things. We can determine, these glasses apparently are identical. The more we examine them, the closer we get with microscopes, we're going to find differences in them, obviously. But that's what physics and mathematics enable us to understand change and quantity, what's happening in the world and how it happens. But qualitative sciences are very different. They are not precise in the same way. Because they're not precise, problems arise. Differences arise. And when differences arise, there's two ways of dealing with it. One, there's obviously more but to simplify things. One is to get very frustrated. And that can often lead to conflict and people actually duking it out. But another one is to understand the nature of language and to understand that language is not precise all the time. Sometimes it can be very precise, but very often it isn't. And in understanding that, it enables you to accept that other people might understand something differently from you and come up with a different conclusion about what something means. This is one of the greatest achievements of the Islamic civilization, was the enculturation of a civilization of difference. That Muslims literally recognize that it is divine nature that difference exists in the world. Allah has created a world of differences. And Allah loves differences. He loves ikhtilaf. And this is why He gave us ikhtilaf al-sinatikum. In our tongues there's differences. It's a sign of God. The ikhtilaf of alwan, the differences in our skin tones. These are things not to make us frustrated or angry or sources of a sense of superiority or inferiority. They're things to marvel at, to wonder at. This is what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala loves. He loves this aspect. But there's another type of difference that Allah doesn't love. And historically the ulama differentiated, although again in the urf they're used simultaneously as synonyms. But khilaf was a negative thing. Khilaf was a negative thing generally. So there's a difference between ikhtilaf and khilaf, although they can be used as synonyms as well. So khilaf is where you get dissension and you get conflict arising out of differences. So the Muslims developed these sciences that needed to be studied in order for them to address the possibilities of differences. And what were the different ways that we could interpret things in our Islamic law. And so Shaykh Abdullah really wrote this book to explain. And there's a great book that was written by Shah Waliullah Kandahlawi, Al-Insaf, right, which is about the reasons for difference amongst the madhabs. This is a deeper book. He goes, first of all, it's a serious book of usul al-fiqh, so he's explaining the science of usul al-fiqh, but he's really letting you understand in this book the differences in the alfaz, which are the articulations that come through the sharia, and then the differences in how we look at those alfaz. And he identifies them, and then also he goes into the maqasid. So I'm going to look at some of the passages here. He says that this sharia is mubarakah. It's a blessed sharia. It's a blessed sharia. ثابتة ومتطورة ثبوت سنن الله تعالى في الكون. On the one hand, it's fixed, but on the other hand, it's changing. It's fixed in the nature of the sunan of Allah in His creation. In other words, Allah has a sunnah, and you won't find tabdeel. You won't find alteration in the sunnah of God in His creation. But it's also changing in the relationship between the human being and the world around him. So the human being has a nature. That nature is fixed. We have a human nature. Now you have a movement, transhumanist movement, which is a very serious problem right now on the planet, because there are certain people. I mean, how many people came into the airport in Toronto through there? Did you notice those HSBC, those bank built? How many people were troubled by those? Huh? They were all over. A new world is coming. They had a picture of a fly with cameras for eyes. Like where's democracy? Who's voting on whether to give flies camera eyes or not? I mean, this is like Frankenstein. Dr. Frankenstein is let loose on the modern world. So and this is funded by NASA, it's funded by Google, it's funded by billionaires who want to download information. And it's this move towards a hybrid human being where technology merges with biology. And they're working very seriously on this. I mean, this is a serious project. Artificial intelligence is a serious project. They want to get to this singularity point. So we're dealing with situations that previous generations did not deal with. And because there are things that change in the world, and our relationship to the world changes also, like the desacralization of nature. That's a change. Prior to that, many of the ancient civilizations, nature was infused with spirit. And you still have this in animistic traditions. The monotheistic, Abrahamic faith considered nature to be a sign of God. So it had a sacred quality, but it did not give it that personification that a lot of the previous peoples did. But now, in the modern world, and Dr. Nasr was just talking about that, one of the most influential and important philosophers of the modern world is Sir Francis Bacon, who said we have to put nature to the rack. In other words, torture it until it reveals its secrets to us. Machiavelli talked about cajoling nature, but if she did not go along with our demands, then we had to ravish her, and actually use the word rape. And it's interesting that nature has always been a feminine quality in language. So the earth has a feminine form in Arabic. And so honoring women and dishonoring women, like the current culture that we have now in the West, which degrades women unbelievably. And if you don't believe me, just go and look at the fraternities and the sororities and see how degrading it is to women, and the type of clothes that they put women on. I mean, you don't see men walking around in spandex, right? Unless they're riding bicycles with all those ridiculous symbols on the shirts, right? Like Lance Armstrong. There's all these people that think they're Lance Armstrong, or whoever the guy who's not roided out. But I see them go by all the time, and they've got all these, like they ride, some of them are overweight, but they still got all those. There's elements to our culture that are so ridiculous. It's amazing. But so that is a problem. The change, this attitude towards nature changed. And so the Sharia has to adapt to those changes. So he says, الشريعة الإسلامية لا تتغير ثوابتها. So those aspects of the Sharia that are fixed and firm and unchangeable, they never change. لكن واقع الإنسان الذي يتراوح بين الضرورة والحاجة والتوسع والرفاهية هو المتغير. But that reality of the human being that goes between necessities and needs, and also a tawassu', where they're in conditions that are expanded, when they're in luxury, those things change. And so the Sharia has to have solutions and new rulings, categories for those changes. And sometimes that comes in specific nusus that we have. The nas is the Quran, the Hadith. Those things are there where we can take it immediately. But other times it comes out of understanding the maqasid. You have to understand what are the maqasid of the Sharia. So in other words, what are the aims and imports? What are the ends of the Sharia? So the ends of the Sharia is human welfare, is human good. And so when situations that the Sharia in normal conditions would say this is acceptable, the common weal is no longer served by that, then very often the ruling changes. And this is what the usuli scholar has to do. And so if you look at the maqasid, these great aims of the Sharia can be reduced down to two fundamental aims. One of them is dar' al-mafasid, which is to avoid harm, to ward off harm for a society, and the other is jalb al-masalih. Now, the other is to accrue benefit, the common weal, accrue benefit. And this also happens in the individual as well. So it's collective and individual as well. If you look at a civilization, how many people know Karl Popper? Okay, a lot of people. So what's he most famous for, Karl Popper? Okay, that's one thing. But he's actually, one of his most famous things is what? Anybody? He wrote a book about the open society and its enemies. So he was very famous as an advocate for the open society. That it was very important that we have freedom of speech, that we have freedom of assembly, all these freedoms that Western democratic society has come to cherish and elevate to the status of carved in stone. In his last interview, he said that he was wrong about censorship. And he felt that if censorship was not implemented in terms of violence and how violent the culture had become, that he felt it would be the destruction of our civilization. And I would add to that, because don't forget the ancient Greeks in their mythology, who was married to Mars? Right? Yeah. So you had an eros, right? The erotic and the violent. So pornography and violence go together, which is why people that watch pornography very often play violent video games. And this is why soldiers, this is another aspect of the modern Western armies, and also in the Muslim world too, because it's a major problem in the Muslim world, but pornography is rife in army barracks, and even in the war zones, Iraq. You see pictures, they're all reading Hustler magazine and these pornographic magazines, or watching videos or whatever they're doing. But he really felt that we needed to censor those things. So this is something that even the most liberal defender of the open society at the end of his life is arguing for. And you can look at that interview if you're interested. So there's an example of a sage, somebody who reaches an age and realizes I was wrong. And this is where we have to recognize that those things in our Sharia that might not be according to the leitmotif or whatever the current fashion is out there, right? Because things change. And one of the things about the West, you see, one of the most fascinating things to me about the West
is that we are essentially an incredibly arrogant culture. Western people, by and large, my experience is as individuals, you'll actually find a lot of humility. I think a lot of you have experienced this. A lot of professors, teachers that you have, you find arrogant people everywhere. But generally, there's a lot of humility. But collectively, there's a collective arrogance that is very strange. And that manifests in the idea that whatever we have achieved, wherever we are, that is the high point of human evolution. So when the West was Christian, it felt like it had a duty to Christianize the world. So it went out everywhere with these missionaries to Christianize the world. Because it has abandoned largely, especially Europe, and increasingly the America, Canada, I think, is closer to Europe. But America is, the religion in my country is consumerism. It's not Christianity anymore. But now that they no longer are Christian, they have to proselytize consumerism, quote-unquote liberal democracy, their view of whatever human rights means. All of these things are obviously, we have the best version of it. And our proof is, look at our societies. Well, look at our societies. Right? Because nobody really pulls the carpet to look what's under all of the aspects of society that seem to function. And all you have to do is look at the statistics on rape, the statistics on depression, the statistics on domestic violence, and on and on and on. And this is why transhumanism is terrifying, because their argument is, exactly, we are a screwed up species and we need to use technology to fix what's broken. This is the idea behind transhumanism. So these two fundamental ideas in our tradition of warding off harm and accruing good are at the center of the aims and imports of the Sharia. And he says that the maqasid, that what comes forth from them are these adilla kubra, these great proofs that are like constitutional laws. And he says this is half of the Sharia. Right? This is half of the Sharia. And these go back to the maqasid al-kulliyah, which are the universal aims and imports of the Sharia, and then to what's known as the ma'qul al-nusus, which is what is understood from the Sharia, what's understood from the nusus that we've been given. And among them are qiyas, which is analogical reasoning, which is the reasoning of the fuqaha to make analogies. So you have different types of qiyas in Arabic. Qiyas can mean deductive reasoning, inductive reasoning, or analogical reasoning. So these are the three types of reasoning that the logicians look at. And analogical reasoning is a really type of inductive reasoning, but that's how qiyas works in the Sharia. So most of the fuqaha, what they're working with is analogical reasoning. Wine is haram. Why? What's the illah? What's the rationale behind the prohibition of alcohol? It affects the intellect. It harms the intellect. It puts you in a state where you're no longer rational. Oh, well, cocaine does the same thing. Therefore, by analogy, if wine is haram and there's a illah mushtaraka, they share an illah, right? That they both affect the intellect. So by analogy, by qiyas, even though cocaine was never mentioned in the Sharia, it falls under the prohibition of tahrim. Why? Because of qiyas, analogical reasoning. So that's ma'qul al-nas. That's looking at the intelligibility of the nas. And then you have musalih al-mursala, which is more specific to the Maliki madhab, but those are the things that there's a maslaha, there's a common benefit in the Sharia, but the Sharia did not speak of it per se. So for instance, traffic lights or roundabouts, which are much preferable, one of the few things that I think the British really benefited places where they put roundabouts, because they're much more intelligent than those horrible traffic lights. Was you have to sit there. You know, people spend like 2 years who live in cities. They spend 2 years at traffic lights, and they waste an incredible amount of energy. They're spacing out. You know, people honk. You see them honk. You know, in some countries they look in the mirror and they do this thing. You can watch them do this. Right. But generally, their roundabouts are much better. So there are laws. Like I once asked one of my Saudi friends about the roundabouts, because they have some roundabouts in Jeddah. Who has the right of way? He says, the Saudi driving a Lexus, and then the Saudi driving a Mercedes. But there are laws. You're supposed to, if you're in there, right, you're supposed to give deference to the person inside the roundabout. These are the way it works. Those laws can actually become legally binding on the mukallaf. So if, for instance, they determine that it's the maslaha, it's the common weal, to institute traffic laws, then it becomes sinful to break those laws by Sharia. So for instance, speeding and endanger, I mean, obviously the 10 mile, they give you 10 miles. So if it's 65, you can go 75, right? We have to get out of this somehow, right? But reckless driving is clearly haram, because you're endangering other people's lives. And so that's from maslaha mursala. You know, and then you have istihsan, and there are different types of istihsan, but it's basically, it's a type of reasoning that will lead you to, because of a particular situation, to abandon in one of its iterations. I mean, there's like I said, there are different types, but in one of them, you would abandon a universal for a particular situation out of equity. So to make something equitable, because if you applied what would normally be applied, the qa'idah muttarida in that situation, it would lead to some type of injustice. Malik and Abu Hanifa agreed on istihsan. Imam Shafi'i did not. He said, "Man istahsana faqad sharra'a." If you do istihsan, you're really making up your own sharia. So he did not. But that's one of the ones that it's mukhtarafi, and there's different. Like I said, there are different types. And then sadd al-dharaya, which is cutting off pretexts. So these are all ma'qul al-nusus. Cutting off pretext is if something will lead to a haram in certain situations, then you stop it. So for instance, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, لا تسب الذين يدعون من دون الله فيسب الله عدوا بغير علم. Don't curse the idols. There it means the idols of those who call on other than Allah. Because if you curse their idols, they will curse God out of ignorance, right? They're just angry. And so you actually end up causing God to be cursed. The same, the Prophet said, let not one of you curse his parents. Sahaba said, how could we curse our parents, Ya Rasulullah? He said, by cursing somebody else's parents. And they in turn curse yours. So that's sadd al-dharaya, where you stop something from happening, you prevent it from happening. And there are aspects of that in the Sharia. And then you have al-amru bil-urf wal-'ada. So you have custom, what we call customs and mores in sociology. Al-urf wal-'ada. Customs and mores. So every culture has customs that are not necessarily practiced in other cultures. The Sharia recognized the relative nature of customs, but it also honored people's customs. So for instance, in the Maliki fiqh, you're supposed to take off your veil, your face veil, or when you make tawaf. The Tuareg are people where the men wear the face veil and the women don't veil. And I actually visited Tuareg and spent time with them in Mali and Niger. And it was very interesting because the woman's there talking to you and she's not veiled, whereas the man, he talks to you behind a veil. And when they eat like the women eat in the places where they wear face veils. The Malikis said this urf, so they're excused from the normal ahkam that relate to having your face exposed when you do tawaf, when you pray, things like that. It's very interesting. They recognized that urf was part of people's culture, and if the urf does not go against Sharia principles, then you should honor people's customs and norms. Imam Malik radiallahu anhu was asked about a practice where you they used to throw candy out to the children when they got their front teeth, the eye teeth in. And they asked him about it. How did he feel about that? And he said, لا أرى فيه بأسا. I don't see any harm in it. إلا أنه قد يربيهم على الشح. The only thing he didn't like about it was maybe it would encourage greediness. Right? And I'll give you an example. And this is where people don't realize how we're absorbing cultures that are so alien to our own. There was a pizza commercial that I saw in Saudi Arabia. And I have several friends that are in advertising in Saudi Arabia. There was a pizza commercial where they showed all these Saudi youth in their dishdasha and their ghutra. Increasingly, the young people aren't wearing these anymore. So now you see all the baseball caps and these ridiculous sports outfits that people wear. They're supposed to wear them when they're exercising, but now they wear them all the time. Because we've forgotten that we're actually a caliph, right? We've forgotten who we are. We have spiritual Alzheimer's. It's spiritual Alzheimer's. That's what humanity is suffering from right now. And that's why every civilization had adornment. They dressed beautifully. Even Egyptian peasants dressed beautifully and nobly. And if you say, well, what about Aboriginal peoples? Exactly. There's no civilization. They're very simple, and they live in a type of innocence. They have very strict taboos traditionally that enabled them to live like that without breaking. And the original Sharia is that the so'a was just the genitalia and the backside. That was the nakedness of the human being. So they're actually practicing an ancient form of Sharia. I mean, one of the things that I always wondered about for a long time when I'd see these evolutionary stages, and they don't do this anymore, interestingly enough, because they realize there's a problem, I think. But in the earlier ones, they show the little whatever his name is, Lipicus or something, this little monkey, and then the next one, and the next one, it's moving up, Neanderthal man. And then suddenly you see the Homo sapien, but he's got a loincloth. So all the other ones don't have a loincloth. So what happened? Like, why are you suddenly covering your nakedness? What happened in the consciousness, in human consciousness? Because that's exactly what the Quran and the Bible talk about, becoming aware of their nakedness. And then they covered it with leaves from paradise. What is that in human beings that happened? So urf and ada are important aspects of the Sharia. And then you have istishab. Things follow their original, whatever the original ruling about things. So rulings, if something is permissible, then it maintains that permissibility. And then he said the ulama differed about taking some of these. Some of them they took and some of them they didn't. And every group had their reasons for why they did or they didn't take them. So the Zahiriya, for instance, who took their name because they based their madhab on the outward meanings of these texts, they left some of these maqasid, and I'm using maqasid here to these greater aims of the Sharia. And they also, the results of the intellect deriving from these meanings. And they took looking at the nusus from the book and the sunnah. The Shafi'iyya, for instance, and they're the closest to the Zahiriyya. They added qiyas, analogical reasoning, but they differed about a lot of these others that the Malikis and the Hanafis took, that are more rational. As for the Malikiyya, they built their madhab on masalih al-mursala in many of those aspects that qiyas was not sufficient. Analogical reasoning wasn't sufficient, so they looked at what was the maslaha, what's the benefit. And that's why Malik is the only, of the four imams, he's the only one that really made the maslaha central to his school. And in that way, it's not so much Malik, but it's actually his teachers in Medina. And this is how they understood the Sharia, that the Sharia was there to serve man. Man was not there to serve the Sharia. The Sharia was for the service of the human being. And the human being is for the service of Allah. Right? So, and as for the Hanabila, he says they're with the Malikiyya in that they use Sadd al-Dhara'i' and they also have a principle of holding on to the athar whenever they could. So Imam Ahmad would take what he called a weak hadith, which is probably closer to what we now refer to as a Hasan hadith. He would take that over qiyas. He felt more comfortable with a hadith whose probability was not as strong as a sound hadith. He would prefer that over analogical reasoning. So these are differences of these imams, which will result in differences in the Sharia and how they understood the Sharia. So, and then what he goes into now is the importance of what are the alfaz al-nusus of the Sharia, the actual statements and how they differed on the understanding of these statements that come from the Sharia. And so he says the relationship between the Arabic language and fiqh is, he said, هي أهم أساس من أسس الشريعة إلى جانب المقاصد. It's the most important foundation from the foundations of the Sharia next to the maqasid. So he sees the Arabic language and the maqasid to be the two most important foundations of Islamic law. These are the two most important foundations. Understanding the Arabic language and understanding the maqasid. And he says that the ulama, if you look at the differences amongst the ulama, then you will see that their differences are often linguistic or related to their differences in their understanding of these different tools. And he says now we have a new generation that are trying to bypass these traditional mechanisms that were meant to preserve and protect the Sharia, to jump over them, to bypass them, and to get to an understanding of the Sharia without these tools or mechanisms. And this is causing an incredible amount of problems. And he said that Imam Shatibi, who's the great usuli scholar, who really, even though the maqasid come out of the Shafi'i madhab, the great Imam al-Juwayni, who it's I think probably his greatest blessing is that he had Imam al-Ghazali as his teacher. And I'll say something about people who speak ill of Ghazali, because there's a lot of idiots out there that speak ill of Ghazali. I mean, really stupid people. And hamaqa is a reality in the world. Stupidity is a reality in the world. And all of us have elements. I mean, we do stupid things as humans, all of us. Nobody's, with the exception of the prophets, nobody is exempt from doing something stupid. But to be ahmaq, that is a great calamity. And there's a tradition that says that Isa alayhi salam said, I could raise the dead. God enabled me to raise the dead. He enabled me to cure the leper, to give sight to the blind, to give hearing to the deaf, but He did not enable me to treat stupidity. And stupidity has played a huge role in human calamities. Huge role. Wars have been started over stupidity. If you read about the Arab wars of Jahiliyyah, they're the stupidest reasons for starting wars. Like a horse race that started a war that lasted 40 years. Over a horse race. If you read the history of how World War I started, you'll just marvel at the stupidity of these people. Absolute stupidity. One idiotic Serbian man kills the heir to the Habsburg dynasty, and within a very short period of time, Europe is thrown into a major war that will radically alter Europe forever. And that leads to the Second World War, because there is no World War II without World War I. There's no Nazis without the Versailles Treaty. So one idiot shot a man in Sarajevo, and that led to tens of millions of people being killed. If that's not stupidity, and you look at what's happened in the Muslim world of late, you look at what's happened, how stupid. We have so many stupid Muslims. I mean, I'm just going to flat out say it. We have mutakhallifun. We have idiots out there that are doing things in the name of Islam that nobody in the history of Islam has done. It's beyond belief. So it's a major problem. And this is why you have to educate people. You have to educate people so that the stupid people are marginalized. And there's enough intelligent people to recognize that guy's an idiot. But now we've got, people that are uneducated listening to idiots and thinking that they actually have something to say and that they're making sense. That is a calamity. That is a major calamity in our ummah. And my proof, all you have to do, because grammar is so important, and grammar will make you smarter just by learning grammar. Because I have noted that all of the stupid comments on the internet are written in poor grammar. And the intelligent comments always have good syntax. I've noticed that. So I have to conclude just from that observation that people that don't know grammar shouldn't be reading in the first place. They should learn grammar. That's why they used to call it grammar school. Right? That was like first grade to sixth grade was grammar school. So you go to grammar school to learn how to read because you have to know grammar to learn how to read. Anybody can speak. If you're a human being and you grow up around people speaking, you'll learn how to speak. It might not be standard of whatever the language is, but you will learn how to speak. But reading is a skill that takes many years to acquire. And language is very complicated, it's very sophisticated. If you can't determine a subordinate clause if you can't determine a dependent clause from an independent clause, right? Or what they call same terminology, a major clause from a subordinate clause. If you can't distinguish between those two, don't comment on what the person's saying. Don't make any comments. And people can't do this anymore. And this is why Shaykh Abdullah considers the Arabic language to be so important in learning our religion. That if you have not learned this, and it takes a long time, and like Dr. Nasser was saying about elitism, people say, oh, that's elitism. No, it's intelligence. That's all it is. If you are uneducated, you should not be telling people what Islam means. We recently had somebody being accused of blasphemy for giving a talk about Islam, and what he said was, I was ignorant. Well, when I mentioned that to Sheikh Muhammad, that about helping this person because it was a crazy situation, and he certainly shouldn't have been condemned to death or something like that. I mean, unfortunately, this is another problem, is that we've got all these so-called muftis. I mean, everybody is a mufti in some places in the world. And you get this 19-year-old kid who went to, this school, Darsi Nizami, and he comes out mufti. He's 19 years old. It's not that simple. A mufti is a very high position in the sharia to be giving a legal opinion. I mean, you have mufti of just telling you what a madhab says about this, that, or the other, but to actually give a legal opinion to a problem, that takes a lot of training and skill. And you certainly, Imam Malik was doing it by the age of 17. But it's a problem because we have highly mediocre students now studying Sharia, and the best students go to these other colleges, and Sharia is the most difficult of all the sciences. It's much more difficult than medicine. It's more difficult than physics. Those things are not hard to learn. They're really not that hard to learn. Medicine is not hard to learn, and I know there's some good doctors here, but I used to work in a hospital, and there are some really dumb doctors out there too that will kill you if given a chance. So, right, what do they call the graduate of medical school who got D- all throughout school? When he finishes, they call him doctor, right? And it's almost impossible to get kicked out of medical school. They make it really hard to get into it, but it's almost impossible to get kicked out of it. So, and that's not to say there's a lot of good doctors, but there's a lot of bad doctors, there's a lot of bad dentists, there's a lot of bad, the thing that scares me the most is the guys that are fixing the airplanes. The most intelligent person I know will not fly airplanes. In America, anyway. He's the most intelligent American I know. He won't fly airplanes. He's a professor at Temple University. He will not fly an airplane. I asked him why, He said, think about it. So, the relationship between the Arabic language thank you. Good call. Imam al-Ghazali is probably, after Imam Shafi'i, is probably the most brilliant usuli scholar in the history of Islam. He is more known amongst the ulama for his usul than he is for his tasawwuf. And his book Al-Mustasfa is probably the most important book on usul. The Hanbali madhab, and unfortunately some modern Hanbalis criticize Imam al-Ghazali, their foundational text in their usul, al-Rawda, is an abridgment of Imam al-Ghazali's book. So Ibn Qudama abridged Imam al-Ghazali's book, which is the foundation of Hanbali usul. So Imam al-Ghazali is Hujjat al-Islam. He's a proof of Islam. He was a brilliant theologian. He was a brilliant, he wrote 5 books on logic. He was a brilliant logician. He was a metaphysician. He was an ethicist. He wrote brilliant works on moral ethics, on philosophical ethics. He was a philosopher. And Dr. Ikriti, the great Malaysian scholar of Imam al-Ghazali, wrote his dissertation proving that unlike the mythology that exists in Orientalism, that somehow he was the one that killed philosophy, that's mythology. It's not true. What he did was he basically took a sieve and he removed what was dangerous from theology and retained some really important things that he learned from Ibn Sina. And Ibn Sina is another one that Ibn Sina is really something that Muslims should be proud of. Ibn Sina was one of the greatest intellects in human history. I mean, he's in the top 10, even by Western standards. And he is a product of Islamic civilization. So, that doesn't mean that there aren't things that were noticed by scholars, and some of them found makharij for him and ta'wilat and interpreted them. Shaykh Salih al-Ghursi, who's a great theologian alive today, has a beautiful explanation of some of the problems that they found with Ibn Sina. But Ibn Sina had a huge impact on Islamic civilization. He had a huge impact on Western civilization in both logic, metaphysics, medicine. So that's important to remember about Imam al-Ghazali, that he was an usuli scholar of the first rate. And Shaykh Abdullah bin Bay, who's one of the few people I know that has mastered the science of usul and literally read all of the ummahat in usul and the greatest books of usul and spent his life doing that, and then did incredible job at abridging the text. I asked him once if, this is a very Western question, but if you were on a desert island, you could only take one book of usul with you, which one would you take? And he said Al-Mustasfa, without even thinking, Al-Mustasfa of Imam al-Ghazali. So for instance, in terms of the Arabic language, he has a tree of the significations, the connotations that come out of the language. And so you have umum, khusus, you have what's general, you have what's specific, and then you have, amongst the usuliyin, you have the urf, so you have what's customary usage in language, you have majaz, figurative uses, you have what's clear, what's ambiguous, you have what needs to be explained, you have the nas, which is the text, and then you have the zahir, which is the understandings that are apparent from the text, and then you have what's khafi, what's hidden, you have the mushkil, what's problematic, mutashabih, you have those things that are hazy in their meaning, the mujmal, things again that have a type of ambiguity. All of these are aspects that the language brings in. And so you have the mantuq and the mafhum. You have what's articulated and that's what's understood from that articulation. You have the mutlaq and the muqayyid. You have what's absolute and what is constrained or limited in its meaning and its implementation. You have the mu'awwal, what is interpreted, right? You have what's mubayyin, what clarifies the mujmal, what's ambiguous. Then you have iqtida bil-ishara, وَبِضِدِّهَا تَتَبَيَّنُ الْأَشْيَاء. So you have things like mafhum al-mukhalafa, which is the opposite, what's understood, implied, the opposite meaning, which is implied. If Allah says, لَا تَقُولْ, don't say to your parents, don't say uff, then mafhum al-awla, what is a priori, understood from that, is certainly don't hit them, right? And what's understood, the opposite is speak good to them, speak well to them. So that's understood from that. So, he says that when the ulama, when they begin a subject, they like to do what are called the 10 mabadi, al-mabadi al-ashar. And these are the foundations, the 10 foundations of the mabadi. Man rama ilman falyuqaddim awwala ilman bihaddihi wa mawdu'in tala. There's different variations of this. The one we teach at Zaytun is from Imam al-Sabban, who's a 18th century, very brilliant scholar. That inna mabadi kulli fannin ashara al-hadd wal mawdu'u thumma thamara. So he uses a different one from Imam al-Maqari. But the point is that there are 10 things that you should know at the outset. So what is the definition? A definition in our tradition is taking the genus, taking what the genus, and not genus in biology, genus in logic, taking the genus of something and then looking at what makes that thing different. And then what you get from those two is you get the species. So what it is, you define it. And defining is very important, and that's why traditionally logic was so important. Logic was taught for 2,500 years. And it's only in the last 100 years that they stopped teaching logic. And look at the last 100 years. And people say, what about the previous 2,000 years? Well, we've killed more people in the last 100 years than multiple times over in the last 2,000 years. Yeah. So, I mean, humans don't like to think about how barbaric our civilization has been in the last 100 years. But logic is very important. So so if you look at like the definition of a triangle, what's the genus of a triangle? In other words, what are the common features that it shares with other things? It's a shape. Good, yeah. What else? What's that? Yeah, it's got angles. So it's what they call a polygon, right? Yeah. So it's multi-angled, right? So what makes it different from, say, another type of polygon? The number of sides. So that's the difference. All right, so that's how you define it. So it's a three-sided polygon. So that's a definition. And then these are called the predicables in logic. And then you have what's called the property, right? And then the accident, right? So you have two more to make five. Those are called the five predicables. A property of a triangle is something that doesn't define its essence, but it is unique to that thing. So what would be the property of a triangle? Good. Yeah. If you add all the angles, it'll give you 180 degrees. So, and that's the scalene, the isosceles, the equilateral. All the different triangles have that quality. But that doesn't make it a triangle. It's not what gives it the essence of a triangle. It's a property that is unique to it. So, and then you have accidents. So the triangle could be big, it could be large, it could be scalene, it could be isosceles. Those are accidents. Accidents in a logical sense. In other words, things that, like the ball is red. The ball, in order to be a ball, has to have the property of roundness, right? But the redness is an accident. All right? So, when we define something, we look at it, the genus, and then what makes it different. So that's why historically the definition of our species, and although this is debatable because our essence is really a spiritual essence, so we're called the rational animal, right? Or the Arabs, I thought, did a better job at it than English, because they called it al-haywan al-natiq, the speaking animal. That's what made us different from all the other animals, is that we speak. Now, speaking is a quality. It's a qualitative phenomenon. It's not quantitative. It has quantity, but its nature is qualitative. And it comes out of what in modern parlance would be termed consciousness, but what the ancients would have called the aql. And the aql is immaterial. So language is a phenomenon. It appears from something that is immaterial, which is aql, which is in modern parlance we call this consciousness, but the ancients would have called it aql, which is intellect. In Greek it was called nous. Dr. Nelson was talking about noetic sciences. In Greek it was called nous because it's what the intellect grasps by a light. It's a light that it was given. This is the light of the intellect. And so when you want a had, that's what you want to find. And then you want to know what the topic is, what it's about. And you want to know who founded it, and then what its relation to other sciences is, what it derives its sources from, what its virtue is, what its legal ruling is, and what you call it, because sometimes it has different names, and then the topic. So you have subject matter and topic, right? The topics are the topos. Those are the masail. So you have the mawdu' and then you have the masail. So for instance, the mawdu' of grammar is logha, right? The subject is language. But the topics are things like the marfu'at, the mansubat, the majrurat, or in English, things like the moods, tenses. So you have indicative, subjunctive, optative, different type moods, things like that. Those are the topics. but it's not the subject matter. And those are 10. And so those were how they begin. So when you look at usul al-fiqh, he says it basically comes from two words. One of them is usul and the other is fiqh. Usul is what other things are built upon. So it's a root or it's a foundation. The asl al-bayt, right? Al-asas. So the foundation of the house, the root of the house is the foundation. And then you have fiqh. And fiqh in Arabic means understanding. It's fahm and fatana. So fiqh is understanding. Afqahu aw la afqahu. I understand or I don't understand. In Arabic, the faqih in Jahili Arabic was the man that could see the pregnant camel amongst the other camels. That was the faqih. In other words, they could see what others couldn't see. So fiqh is seeing what others can't really see. It's the ability to derive things from things. And so those are the two words. And the Prophet ﷺ said, "Man yuridillahu bihi khayra yufaqqihhu fid deen." Those who Allah wants good for, He will give them knowledge of the religion. Now, that means understanding, and that does not mean knowledge of what we call fiqh today. That is what's called a mustalah. It's a technical term. Now, fiqh has become identified with jurisprudence, which is usul al-fiqh really, but law. That's what it's, Islamic law, sacred law, whatever you want to call it. But fiqh in the Quran that's not what it means. That's not what it means. It's actually closer to what Dr. Nasr is talking about. It's really metaphysical knowledge. It's true knowledge of the haqa'iq, of the reality. But it's become a technical term for fiqh because that's what the ulama used it for, which is fine. In the same way, jihad now means martial struggle. But jihad did not mean that historically in the Muslim world. And Ibn Taymiyyah said any good act that benefits is a jihad. That's Ibn Taymiyyah. Any good act that benefits is jihad. But it has a meaning of defending or protecting the Islamic land. So in that way, it's becomes synonymous. But if you look in the Maliki books, and I don't know about the other madhabs, but in the Maliki books of fiqh, in the Bab al-Jihad, that's where they deal with fara'id al-kifaya, which are the collective duties, like engineering and medicine. Those are all considered in the book of jihad. So learning medicine, if your niyyah is to serve your society and not just to have a boat and a nice house and all those other things that people do. I mean, you can't do that. Medicine is not like it used to be, right? So as the young doctors are finding out, right? Now they're all becoming dentists. So those are all aspects of jihad, which are those things that society needs. And then you have the jihad of the nafs, which is the constant jihad. And in that way, it was considered the greater jihad based on a weak hadith. So, usul al-fiqh then is basically, it is the means by which we arrive at the istinbat al-ahkam from the book and the sunnah. It's the way we derive categories or legal rulings from the book and the sunnah. Or it could be seen as al-adillatul ijmaliyah, the comprehensive proofs. Right? وَطُرُقَ التَّرْجِيحِ بَيْنَ الْأَدِلَّةِ. And then the means by which we prefer some over others when there's problems with the adillah or ambiguities. Or it's the ijtihad and its conditions. How we do ijtihad. In other words, how we derive legal rulings. And Sidi Ahmed Zarruq mentions that our ummah went through 3 stages in its development. The first stage was what he called at-tawr as-sam'i aw ash-shafawi, which was the stage of listening or the oral stage. And this is the Sahaba listening and memorizing and then transmitting and delivering. And this lasted for one generation. And this generation is the generation that compiled the Quran. And they split up the Sahaba in different lands. And each one of them had knowledge with them. Like Malik said, radiallahu anhu, when the Caliph wanted him to make the Muwatta the only book of the Muslims, he said no, because Sahaba dispersed throughout the land, and there might be things that I was unaware of. So he was recognizing the possibility that there were differences. And then, and also there are things that are nasikh and mansukh, which is very important in our religion, because the Christians believe that Christianity abrogated the Old Testament. So the New Testament, that's why Jewish people don't, religious Jews don't call the Old Testament the Old Testament. Call it the Torah. And then they're prophetic and historical books. But they don't see the New Testament because they don't recognize Jesus as a prophet. They have debates about what he was, ranging from a misguided rabbi to a magician who learned magic in Egypt. So, nasikh and mansukh are very important. And then mutlaq and muqayyad, there's things that the Prophet ﷺ said them, or he did something. The Prophet said, the Prophet did certain things that were makruh in order to show the ummah that they weren't haram. And when he did them, they weren't makruh, they were actually acts of devotion for him. But he would do things that were makruh. So if you see a hadith where the Prophet ﷺ did something, then there's other hadiths where he might have prohibited that thing. Then they know that the prohibition, it's either nasikh and mansukh, or it's karahiyya tanzihiyya, not tahrimiyya, something like that. So these are the problems that come, that arise in navigating the hadith. So that was the first generation. And then the second one was, is what's called the Tawr al-Jam' or Tawr al-Kitaba. So the first generation is the oral generation. The second one is writing it down. And Imam Malik is part of that because he writes the Muwatta is really the first book of hadith. Even though there's less than 2,000 and only 800 of them are actually hadith. So he was collecting a lot of the opinions. He has some wisdoms in there. He has what are called balaghat. And that was important. And then the third generation is called Tawr al-Tafaqquh. And this is where they began to develop Qawa'id Usul al-Fiqh. And this is why Imam Shafi'i wrote his famous book, Ar-Risala, which is one of the most important books in the history of Islam. Because he's really showing, what he's doing is similar to what Aristotle did with logic. Now the Arab and Persian logicians in the Muslim tradition argue, and I don't know how valid this is, but they argue that Aristotle actually didn't invent logic. What he did was he spilled the beans that he'd learned in a secret esoteric knowledge that was only taught to members of Plato's academy. And that's why one of the remarkable things about Aristotelian logic is how an entire system of knowledge came about without any development. Like if you study chemistry takes centuries to really arrive at a complete understanding of the science of chemistry. Aristotle pretty much dumped logic all at once. And it didn't change until, and Aristotle was not unaware of inductive reasoning, but his focus was on deductive reasoning because he was an essentialist and not a nominalist. But when you get into the later logicians, William of Ockham, who introduces nominalism, which has a huge effect, and then you get Sir Francis Bacon, who wrote the New Organon, which is the new logic, where he focuses on inductive as opposed to deductive logic. Inductive is probable. It's based on working with particulars and not universals. And that's the logic of science. And that's become modern logic. So it's inductive. And they've pretty much eliminated deductive logic. They don't even really believe in it anymore, which is a major problem because Muslims are essentialists. We believe in essences. We don't believe, We believe that human nature has an essence, that we're not just a bundle of desires and appetites, that we have an essential nature. And this is why you get into transhumanism, transgenderism, all of these aspects of the modern society where things are becoming blurred and lines are becoming blurred. This is all a result of a transition philosophically. And that's why some of you might not appreciate, I don't know, I hope not, but some of you might not appreciate, or what's the relevance of philosophy and why are we talking about these things? The relevance of philosophy is the whole world that you're living in was created by philosophy. All of these ideas came from philosophers. The modern world was created by philosophers. The rejection of religion, the rise of atheism came out of philosophy. Relativism came out of philosophy. All of these things that you're learning at the universities where you don't have answers to, they came out of philosophy. So philosophy matters and it's relevant. And you can become an Amish or an Orthodox Jew like in Brooklyn, or go to Çarşamba in Istanbul and retreat into the enclave of parochialism and a type of provincialism, mental provincialism and fundamentalism, where you just say, oh, they're kuffar, and who cares? They can all go to hell as far as I'm concerned. We're just holding on to what we have. You can do that. That's one approach to the modern world that some religious communities have chosen to do. But for those of us who live in these societies and aren't fleeing to the hills, and fleeing to the hills is an option. It really is. The Prophet ﷺ said, the time is coming, يُوشِكُ أَن يَكُونَ خَيْرُ مَالِ الْمُؤْمِنِ, right? غَنَمٌ يَتْبَعُهَا يَتْبَعُ بِهِ the قطر al-matar, looking for water with his goats, في شعاف الجبال, in the mountain crevices. And the Prophet ﷺ said that. And he said that towards the end of time, people will flee to the mountains. Right? So that is, I'm not saying that's not an option. But for those of us who are not opting out to do that, that are living that, we have to understand the time we're living in. We have to understand it. And you guys are going to universities and you're hearing people are taking introductory to philosophy courses and getting confused. And so these things are important. And we have to recognize their importance. And we need amongst us those who have to learn first. I would not suggest by any stretch of the imagination learning philosophy before you learn the Islamic tradition. I would not recommend that. I think it's quite dangerous. But there are people amongst us that have to delve into these things, and because Radd al-Shubuhat is part of Islam, refuting obfuscations, refuting those hazy things. So this third generation was the generation of understanding, where they really delved into usul al-fiqh, and from that you were created madaris, schools of fiqh. One of them was the Hanafi, and it's a madrasa of fuqaha, and its usul are based on furu' al-fiqh, on the branches of fiqh. And the Hanafiya wrote their usul at the end of the 3rd century and in the 4th century. But their usul come out of, are derived from their furu'. So you have usul, which would be akin to what we would call in the West constitutional law for lawyers in here. Constitutional law, jurisprudence, theoretical law, the philosophy of how laws are derived. That's usul. And then you have furu', which is akin to common law, statute law. It's what comes out of either statutes that are made, like codes. You have codes, like vehicle codes. You have codes. When there's certain things you can't do because of these statute laws that are on the books. And then you also have legal judges that make legal judges. So, and then you have the madrasa of the mutakallimin, and this is Imam Shafi'i, Maliki, and Hanbali are closer to the madrasa of the mutakallimin, the theologians. And all of these madhabs have books that they rely upon, like the Muqaddimah of Ibn Qassar in the Maliki madhab. And the most important books are the books of Imam al-Juwayni and his student Abu Hamid al-Ghazali. And his books are the Mustasfa, the Mankhul, and Shifa al-Ghalil. He wrote 3 major books in Usul al-Fiqh, Imam al-Ghazali. So those are really the most important books. And then you have Al-Razi, who wrote Al-Mahsul, and then Al-Amadi, who wrote Ihkam fi Usul al-Ahkam. And then you have Abu Khattab, who wrote Al-Tamheed. And then you get the great Abu Ishaq al-Shatibi, and they're all great, but he added a dimension that had not been there before in his famous book Al-Muwafaqat. And he says, فَتَقَ رَتْقَ الْأُصُولِ وَفَجَّرَ يَنَابِيعَهَا وَاسْتَخْرَجَ دُرُرَهَا الْمَكْنُونَةَ وَلَآلِهَا المصونة حيث أصل المقاصد وقيد الشوارد وألحق الجزء بالكل من خلال نظرة تتسم بالشمول والوضوح. He praises him highly for what he did, bringing out the pearls that were hidden. وَالْآلَاءَهَا المصونة. Yeah, it's a type of pearl. Yeah, because durra is also. So it's a pearl, but it's a type of pearl. Yeah. Lu'lu'a. Yeah, it's the plural. Yeah. And then the istimdad of usul al-fiqh is al-ahkam al-warida min al-kitab al-sunnah. So it's those ahkam that come in the book and the sunnah. And then the second source is the Arabic language itself. The third source is logic. And this is something Imam al-Ghazali in the Mustasfa, the first 40 pages are an introduction to the science of logic, because he felt it was absolutely necessary for the Usuli scholar to study logic. And logic is a maligned subject in modern Islam. And if you read John Walbridge's book, you will understand how central logic was to the Islamic civilization. It's absolutely central. And it was studied in all of the universities of Islam. And it's a great tragedy that it's no longer studied. It is a truly great tragedy. So mantiq is very important. Knowing what's called tasawwur, because mantiq has 3 main branches: understanding, judgment, and then reasoning. And understanding is how we derive concepts. And from concepts come terms, which are based on definitions. And then from those terms, we either negate or affirm something about 2 terms, which is what's called a judgment. So all men are created equal. That's a proposition, it's a judgment. So we're affirming that all men, right, unrestricted, all men are created equal. So there's your subject and your predicate in that, the mawdu' and the mahmud. And then you reason from that. So you make reasoning. And these are premises. So these were studied, and it's a very important science. And then the fourth one is fiqh al-sahaba and their fatwas. Because the sahaba were mujtahidun and they had fiqh. And then as for its hukum, the legal ruling, it's a fard kifaya. So, any questions?
Could you just repeat the name of the 3 books of Imam al-Ghazali? You said one of them was the Mustasfa.
Yeah, the Mustasfa and the Mankhul, and then the Shifa al-Ghalil. Al-Mustasfa, al-Mankhul, and Shifa al-Ghalil.
Assalamu alaikum, ya Shaykh.
Na'am. Alaikum assalam.
You mentioned ikhtilaf and you gave us some of the merits for it. I was just wondering, for a fact, history tells us that most major civilizations have existed successfully due to some sort of unification. How would you reconcile the idea of ikhtilaf with unification, for that matter? It's my personal opinion that I do feel that that's what we need to make things better in general.
Well, see, unification is not uniformity. And the only way that you can unify human beings is by accepting differences. And that's real unity. So uniformity is fascism, and fascism doesn't work. It's getting everybody to wear the exact same clothes. It's getting everybody to pray exactly the same way. All those things, they don't work. So ikhtilaf is diversity. It's tanawwa. Right? Allah loves diversity. And He's one, and yet His attributes are diverse. He's Rahman, but He's also Sari' al-Hisab, quick to reckon. He's Muntaqim, He's the avenger of wrongs. Right? Those seem like apparent contradictions, but they're not. Because His nature, He will, to those who showed mercy, He will show mercy. To those who showed no mercy, He will avenge the wrongs that they committed. So Allah Himself has declared that He has diversity in His own names. So I don't think we're in disagreement here. Oh, go ahead, yeah. Go ahead. I think he's going to go, and then yeah, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Sidi, I have two questions, if possible. The first one is about when you talked about the fatwa of Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayy when he said about marrying someone.
No, he didn't say marrying.
Not marrying.
If they were already married.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, it is something kind of similar. The hukm al-rajm. I found that there is one of the imams is Abu Zahra, I think. 40 years ago, he made a fatwa that, or not a fatwa, he said, rajm, even though it seems like muttafaq or something, qat'i thubut, but he said it is not qat'i. I think now, I don't know, like, it's kind of...
Well, I mean, that's modernism, because that's not, even though he was, I don't know, I haven't seen that in him. I've read his book on usul al-fiqh, but that it's mutawatir. I mean, it's mujma' alayh.
Yeah, this is what
But there was no example of rajm that wasn't from iqrar. And that's very important. And one of the things about, they say about the Ottomans, I don't know if this is true, but they say about the Ottomans that they never stoned anybody in their 800 years. Now that might be hyperbole, but there have been more people stoned in the Muslim world in the last 20 years than probably in the entire history of Islam. And that's the truth. So it's just, people aren't well right now. And all of these hudud, they need to be suspended. It's as simple as that. Because there's widespread ignorance. We're having apostasy. People are leaving Islam because like Dr. Nasser said, the big questions aren't being answered anymore. People are confused. And it's also a time of khayr. I mean, our Prophet ﷺ told us that towards the end of time, people will become really confused. People will wake up believers and go to sleep disbelievers. And may Allah protect our iman. Wallahi, we have to preserve our iman because these are trying times. Not just for Muslims, for all people. They're trying times. And it's very important that we protect our iman. But if you read the books of fiqh, I mean, the Muslims created so many legal fictions to avoid rajam. It's just amazing. I mean, in the Maliki books, they say, ask the woman did she go into a bathhouse after men? Did she use a towel that a man had used? Was she in a pool that a man had been in before? They even allowed pregnancy up to 4 years. I mean, they knew that this is not going to happen. But so if a woman got divorced and 3 years later she got pregnant, she could say, no, it's from my husband who divorced me 3 years ago. Okay, you're allowed up to 4 years. And then the other thing is, in the Muslim world, astaghfirullah, we shouldn't be making light zina is a grave sin. But in the Muslim world, it was very similar to this world. When I was a kid, if a woman got pregnant, and I know Colleen's here, Dr. Colleen's here, so because she remembers this too. But when we were kids, if a girl got pregnant, she disappeared. Nobody said she got pregnant, and then 9 months later she came back, and the parents, had adopted a new child or had a new baby. They didn't really. They used to veil people. And the Sharia is, you don't want it to go to the state. If somebody steals something, you can forgive them. I mean, there's a famous story of Abu Yazid al-Bustami, who was one of the great zuhad, and Al-Dhahabi praises him and said he was a thiqah, and he's noted to be amongst the Sufis, but he was actually considered a very upright, righteous man of scholarship as well. But there's a story, I mean, whether it's true or not is irrelevant, its meaning is true. And it certainly reflects the spirit of those people. He was in a hammam and somebody stole his clothes. And he, with his towel, he ran out after this man. And the man was running as fast as he could. And he said, no, stop. Wallahi, thiyabu lak. I just wanted to tell you can have the clothes. I want to put you in the halal to get you out of the haram. The Prophet ﷺ, Imam al-Bayhaqi relates, Abu Dawud, al-Bayhaqi, and al-Bazzar. I mean, you're really supposed to go, this is something modern. One of the signs that somebody, if they studied with real scholars, one of the things that they will do, if you mention a hadith, you always mention Malik first. If it's in al-Bukhari, Muslim. And you'll see this in the older books. They always do that. Unless it's mursal. So sometimes you'll see, like for instance, Shawkani will quote Malik, but he'll have al-Bukhari before Malik because in Bukhari's it's mawsul, but in Muwatta it's mursal. But generally Malik is always quoted by the muhaddithun out of adab before any other of the muhaddithun. And then al-Bukhari, and then Muslim. And if Shafi'i is there, he's quoted before also. Because Ahmad is quoted before al-Bukhari, even though he's weaker than al-Bukhari. Ahmad has many weak hadiths in his collection, but he collected almost over 30,000 hadiths. Imam al-Bukhari has just over 7,000. So always the muhaddithun, if they relate a hadith that's in Ahmad and al-Bukhari, they'll always put Ahmad's name first. In modern books, you no longer see this because they don't have adab with the ulama anymore. But this is something all the early books have. So, what was I going to say? It's late. What was I going to say about the Muwatta? Something about Malik radiyallahu anhu. Oh, the hadith. In the hadith of Abu Dawud, because he's over Imam al-Bayhaqi and al-Bazzar, Imam Abu Dawud relates a hadith that the Prophet ﷺ said, أَيَعْجِزُ أَحَدُكُمْ أَنْ يَكُونَ كَأَبِي ضَمْضَمْ. Is one of you incapable of being like Abu Damdam? And the Sahaba said, Ya Rasulullah, man Abu Damdam? O Messenger of Allah, who's Abu Damdam? And he said, he was a man who every morning when he went out, he would say, Oh Allah, atasaddaqu bi'irdi wa nafsi. I give as sadaqah my dignity and my nafs to people who, and he said, فَلَمْ يَشْتِمْ مَنْ شَتَمَهُ وَلَمْ يَضْرِمْ مَنْ ضَرَمَهُ وَلَمْ يَضْرِبْ مَنْ ضَرَبَهُ. He did not curse those who cursed him, he did not oppress those who oppressed him, and he didn't strike back if somebody hit him. That's an amazing hadith. People, the other day we had an event and I was talking about Abu Kalam Azad. How many people know him in here? Abu Kalam. Not very many people, which is really sad. Abu Kalam, I think he's one of the most extraordinary figures of the 20th century. And Gandhi said about him, he was literally Gandhi's closest friend. He's closer than Nehru and the other people in the Congress. And he should be really as known as Gandhi. Gandhi is a hero of the 20th century. People don't realize it was the Muslims that brought Gandhi to South Africa. It was the Muslims that funded him in South Africa and supported him to act against the apartheid, right? Unfortunately, they were working on Indian issues and not on the Zulu and the other oppressed groups there. But when Gandhi went to India, it was Muslims that supported Gandhi. Really, I mean, it's quite amazing. But Abul Kalam was very close to him. Abul Kalam was born in Mecca. His mother was from Medina. She was an Arab, so he's half Arab. People think he's an Indian. He was half Arab. His father was a Bengali scholar and a sheikh who taught in the haram. He memorized the Quran at a very early age. He spoke over 10 languages fluently. He was one of the great orators of Urdu in the 20th century. And he was at the head of the nonviolent movement and did not see it inconsistent with his Islam. And like Martin Luther King said, even if I wasn't for nonviolence on principle, I would still be for it in our condition pragmatically, which is a very intelligent statement. So even though he was principally committed to nonviolence, he recognized also that there's times when nonviolence is just a more pragmatic approach. If your enemy has nuclear power and you don't, nonviolent resistance makes more sense if they're going to use nuclear weapons against you. But somebody said, oh, you're being romantic about nonviolence or something. And I just, people are romantic about violence. And it's only people that have never been around real violence that, the chicken hawks, all these people that have never seen war. Go to Syria and tell them about, how successful violence has been. Really, go to Iraq. Ask them how the war's going, how the great jihad is going. There's so much human suffering. People used to go out on battlefields. They would fight like, dignified human beings. I mean, fighting's bad enough, but at least they did it in ways. The Prophet ﷺ, they went out in battlefields. Uhud, Badr. They left the city. They went out. They fought. They didn't kill women and children. Now, so many women and children have been killed in this battle. All these traumatized children. We've got generations of trauma here. This isn't going to go away in one generation. Generations of trauma. 5 million refugees just from the Syrian event. So this whole idea about, according to Imam al-Baghawi in his tafsir, and he mentions Sahaba proving this, and the students of Ibn Abbas, the original Sharia, the very first Sharia given to human beings was nonviolent. And that's why when it was granted permission, it was said, Udina lilladina. Udina, right? Lilladina. It was granted, yuqataruna, those who are being fought, they're given permission, bi'annahum zulimu, because they have been oppressed. Right? They were given permission. Right? Udina. And that's idhin. So people forget that. And there's many hadiths about towards the end of time breaking weapons and if violence will if there's an end in sight, and we believe in just war. I'm not against I'm not a pacifist by any means. But I am a pragmatist about that. So there are times when I really feel that nonviolence is a much more intelligent approach to dealing with the problems of oppression. Anyway, it's my own opinion. This is the nice thing about, at least we can be civil about differing, but there's so many Muslims that if you differ with them and disagree with them, they'll just smash you over the head. And that's their approach. Ibn Taymiyyah in Jawab al-Sahih says, Christians ask us, and he's talking about Syria, because Syria never, they didn't get to 50% Muslim until the 5th century of Islam. Egypt, it took 300 years. Andalusia never achieved 50%. People think everybody just became Muslim. Those people were devout Christians. It's not easy to leave a religion. Now it's easier. But in the pre-modern period, no. It was very difficult to leave a religion. But Ibn Taymiyyah said in that book, which he talks about the Bible, it's an important book, 6-volume book on the Bible, and he was a great scholar of comparative religion. But he says that we have people, Christians come and ask us questions, and the Muslims say, "La nu'tika ar-rad illa as-sayf." The only response you're going to get from us is the sword. And he said, kind of answer is that? He said, that is affirming the very thing they believe about our religion, that it's spread by violence. You know, so what's up with all this violence? You know, because it's really strange. All these youngsters that want to revive, you know, killing, and they think it's some kind of fashionable thing or something. It's going to be, no. Yeah, you haven't been, you know, you got your little Kalashnikov and they're dropping bombs on you. You know, oh, so the solution is, okay, let's get bombs too. And then we can drop bombs on them. Great, great solution. Escalate the whole thing. Because that ends in nuclear, that's the whole modern madness, you know. And don't think, I mean, Americans use nuclear weapons twice on human beings, twice. Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the two largest Christian communities in Japan. So they weren't averse to killing yellow Christians. So don't think they'll have a hard time killing brown Muslims, right? You know, and that idiot, and I mean, I really, you know, I probably shouldn't say that, get in trouble. Anyway. Allah yubarak feek, subhanakallah wa bihamdika, ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما وقل ربي زدني علما. اللهم اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. الحمد لله. So, I think we're really fortunate to have those 3 classes with Dr. Nasser. People don't, when you see somebody at that age and know the life that they've led, he actually taught Malik Shabazz for 2 weeks in Beirut, giving him lessons on Islam when he first was transitioning from the nation to Sunni Islam. Spent 2 weeks with him. So, just so much history there. And if you read Man and Nature, I mean, he really is the first person to identify the environmental crisis as a crisis of metaphysics. Before anybody was talking about the environment. They didn't really start talking about environment until the late 60s. Although there's some Germans that were aware of the problems. And I think Lewis Mumford is a very important, also in the Pentagon of Power and other books. But people don't realize how central and important philosophy is. And certainly metaphysics, you know, historically being the supreme science, and the loss of that in our ummah and what that means for the ummah, because his point about the inability to intellectually address the most pressing issues confronting us, and also the loss of intellectuals, because when you don't have a strong metaphysical foundation for your faith, you lose the intellectuals because they're not finding answers to their problems. And religion, and there's no doubt that the majority of people in paradise are simple people, and that's a hadith. And it's a blessing that simple people's iman is often much stronger than people that are gifted with intellect, where they become confused if they don't have those answers. But you need, within the ummah, you need a group. وَلَوْلَا نَفَرَ مِنْ كُلِّ فِرْقَةٍ طَائِفَةٌ يَتَفَقَّهُ فِي الدِّينِ. There has to be always a group that understands the religion so that they can refute the obfuscations that people make. And you can see in the West, Christianity has really suffered. And so what remains now amongst, although there are still some Christian intellectuals, but by and large, the majority of the people that now represent that faith do not have the intellectual training or abilities to defend the faith, and atheism begins to thrive and religion diminishes, and this has happened. So and the idea, I mean, if you just look, like, why is the vine motif so common in Islamic architecture? What he was talking about, how art reflects the metaphysical understanding of the religion. The vine, if you go to all of our great masajid around the world, you'll see this motif, even in Medina. If you look in the Ottoman, which is quite late and it's already influenced, it's a little bit Baroque and it's influenced by European architecture, which is interesting also because there was a fire in the 1830s and Abdul Majid I funded the rebuilding of the Prophet's Mosque, and so they were already being influenced by European architects. So you'll see some European motifs in the Mosque of the Prophet. But one of the things that you'll see is the vine motif. It's very common. And the reason for that is because of the three kingdoms, the metaphysical tradition had the kingdoms, the vegetable, mineral, and then the animal. The vine represented will, because the vine has a type of irada that other plants don't have. It moves. And it has an inner directedness. And one of the Arabic words for vine is the ashaq, which is the ishq of the vine. Ashiqa ya'shaqu is to intertwine. And so this intense love that we call ishq in Arabic is related to the vine when it wraps around. And so you'll see the vine is on prayer rugs. You'll see this vine. And it's in the masajid because it represents metaphysically, in the vegetable world, it represents the highest vegetative state, which is this inner directedness. And gold is the highest of the mineral kingdom because it's incorruptible. And man is the highest of the animal kingdom because he's the caliph. So you'll see these things all throughout our tradition, and they're being lost. I mean, Muslims, unfortunately, today are blowing up these great, the mosque of Yunus, alayhi salam. This has been around for 1,000 years in Mosul. They just blew it up. It's just madness, complete insanity. So back to fiqh, usul al-fiqh. Come down to the earth now. So we went, yesterday we were looking at his introduction on usul al-fiqh. And in the next section, he talks about the importance of the Arabic language. Well, before that, let's see if we can, the nafida. So nafida, the nafida is, it's a group that goes out. It's called the vanguard. It's like tali'a. So he's got this chapter which he calls a nafida, which is like the vanguard. And the question that he asks is, how are rulings derived in our tradition? And the mujtahid is called a mutasarrif. Yatasarrufu fil adilla. So tasarruf is this ability to he says yuqallib an-nazar, is to look deeply into matters, and so tasarruf is taqallub. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talks about tasrih al-riyah, the movement of the winds is one of the things. Yusarrif al-riyah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala moves the winds. And so this movement, this inner intellectual movement with the light of the intellect to arrive at some understanding and to bring out and draw out the meanings of the nusus, of these texts of the book and the sunnah. the Quran talks about الَّذِينَ يَسْتَنبِطُونَهُ minhum, those who make istinbat. And nabat is the first water that comes out of the spring. And so yastanbitu is to draw out those meanings from the Quran. And that's what the faqih or the mujtahid does, is yastanbitu hadhihi al-ma'ani. And so he says that you have the nutq, right, which is the actual statement itself, the nutq. It's the logos, it's what's expressed, it's what's articulated. But then you have the mafhum, and this is what the faqih is dealing with. He's dealing with the nutq, which is the utterance itself, and then what is understood from that. And that's where all the problems arrive. It arrives in the mafhum, not in the mantuq. So you have the mantuq, which is what's spoken. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala speaks in language and speaks to us through the prophets in language. But language has problems because it's not precise, it's ambiguous. And so they're different. So in terms of what's called dilalat al-lafz fi mahal al-nutq, you have 5 different connotations or different dilalat, these significations, what they mean. So you have what's called the nas, which is just the outward, and then it's the actual text itself. And then the zahir, what's the most apparent meaning. And then you have dilalatul iqtida. So when you deal with tasawwurat, which is how you conceptualize things, a conceptualization of something implies also other things. So for instance, if you understand what fire is, the iqtida yaqtadi an-nar. What's understood from fire, from smoke, is fire. Even though the fire is not in the smoke, but you derive from that. So this is a type of signification, is seeing that. And then you have dilalatul ishara, which is a more subtle understanding. It's something that comes out. Are you filming this? Because I don't want it filmed. No. Oh, okay. Oh, mashallah, you have it. Is it online? Subhanallah. I didn't know it was online. Okay, because you were holding it up. I was like, yeah. No, I believe you. I believe you. I just don't like people. I believe you. Yeah, I should have thought of husn al-dhan. You know, I should have thought, of course, you're reading the book from the iPad. But I didn't. You know, so, some of them, they say, you know, وَخَصْرَتَانِ لَيْسَ شَيْءٌ يُوجَدُ فَوْقُهُمَا مِنَ الْخَيْرَاتِ يُحْمَدُ حُسْنُ ظَنٍ بِاللَّهِ ثُمَّ بِالْعِبَادِ فَكُنْهُمَا وَجَنِّبَنَ لِلْعِنَادِ. There's 2 qualities that are above every other quality. Good opinion of God and a good opinion of the servants of God, right? And so he said, so follow those and don't be obstinate. You know, don't say I'm not. But one of the later scholars, he said, حُسْنَ الظَّنِّ فِي الْأَيَّامِ مَنْقَصَةٌ فَظُنَّ شَرًّا وَكُنْ مِنْهُ عَلَى وَجَلِ. Like having good opinion these days is not advisable. Think the worst and then beware. So that's like, you know, he who hesitates is lost, right? But you know, look before you leap. Right? Because these proverbs that have opposite meanings, they're because they're contextualized. And this is what the fuqaha do. They do tahqiqun manat, which is to understand when you apply the proverb. So there's times when he who hesitates is lost is the appropriate. As you're seeing the tsunami coming, you don't say, you know, what should I do? No, you run like the animals. All the animals got out of there, right? The Aboriginals, they saw the animals all heading for the hills, so they went for the hills, right? Because if the animals are going, it's something is up. And then, you know, everybody else, all these stupid tourists, right? I mean, you don't really need the adjective. All you need is tourist, and that should tell you.
But the stupid tourists, they saw the waves receding and they all went out, oh, let's go look at the coral. And the animals are saying it's time to head for the hills. Because the animals are in fitra. But the people are not in fitra. The Aboriginal people knew it. Because they had traditions, their ancestors told them, if you see the water receding, head for the hills. And some of the elephants put children on their backs. They didn't put adults. Because they know it's the adults that caused the tsunami. Right? The children didn't do it. They're innocent. Right? People don't want to relate natural disasters to human behavior. This is the modern world. They want to pretend that natural disasters are just that's all they are. It's just natural disaster. It has nothing to do with what we're doing. But we affect the world. Our physical aspects affect the world. We know that. As we pollute, the oceans get polluted. The acidity of the oceans is rising every year. Well, the acidity in our blood is rising. That the acidosis is one of the major epidemics on the planet now, because diabetes is one of the fastest growing illnesses. So there's a relationship between our blood, which is very similar in its constituents to ocean water, right? There's a relationship to our blood and to the oceans. And there's also, when he said that nothing's going to remain except the mice and the lice, that's a metaphysical reality, because if you look at the animals that are disappearing in the world, they are not the mice and the lice. They're not the cockroaches. They're flourishing. It's the high exalted animals that people used to name their children after, like sakar. The falcons are disappearing. The tigers are disappearing. The gazelles are disappearing. The whales are disappearing. The ocean is actually, the jellyfish are flourishing. Spineless, mindless consumers. They're flourishing. But the whales, they're not. So there's a relationship between what's happening to us in the microcosmic world and what's happening out there. And if we want to change, the real environmental crisis is here. It's not out there. That is only a reflection of what's happening in here. It's the pollution of our souls that is manifesting in the physical world, the apparent, the phenomenon, what is appearing. So that's all that's happening. And these are metaphysical realities which people have lost, but the ancients knew them. ظهر الفساد في البر والبحر بما كسبت أيدي الناس. Corruption, pollution, deterioration, degradation, all these meanings of fasad have manifested on the land and in the seas because of what people's hands have been doing, what they've been earning. That's why it's happening. So back to, and then diladatul ima. These are the 5 significations of the nutq or the mantuq. But then when you go into the mafhum, it has 2, mafhum al-muwafaqa and mafhum al-mukhalafa. Right? So, and the Hanafis have certain different variations. So mafhum al-mukhalafa and mafhum al-muwafaqa relate to the a priori understanding, something that precedes the actual, it's something you understand before the thing itself. So, like I said, if Allah says don't curse your parents, then what we would understand, and I'm using a priori incorrectly and loosely, but it's something that you would understand before you understood. In other words, if Allah says do not speak ill to them, then the mafhum al-awla would be don't hit them or don't do anything. Right? And so, so then he goes into the need of the faqih for Arabic. And I just want to read this because it's a very beautiful section. How many people know Arabic in here? Oh, good, a lot. So this, you'll appreciate this. He says, هذا عنوان اخترناه لتنبيه المهتمين باستنباط الأحكام من الكتاب والسنة والمتصدرين للقضاء والفتوى وأساتذة الجامعات
إلى أهمية إتقان اللغة العربية كإتقان مصطلح الحديث أو أصول الفقه. وهذا المدخل هو أيضا إهابة بطلبة الدراسات الإسلامية وكليات الشريعة الذين قد يظن بعضهم أن اللغة العربية هي شأن طلاب كلية اللغة العربية أو كلية الآداب، ونهيب بأولئك ليعطوا اللغة العربية من العناية ما تستحق، فهي شرط أساسي ومفتاح ضروري لفتح أبواب الشريعة، إذ بدون معرفتها تلتبس عليهم الوجوه وتلتوي بهم السبل ويحزون في غير مفصل ويفزعون إلى غير معقل، لأن القرآن الكريم نزل بلسان عربي مبين، وقال تعالى: وإنه لتنزيل رب العالمين نزل به الروح الأمين على قلبك لتكون من المنذرين بلسان عربي مبين. وقال تعالى: وكذلك وحينا إليك قرآنا عربيا، وقال تعالى: إنا جعلناه قرآنا عربيا لعلكم تعقلون، وإلى غير ذلك من الآيات التي تشير إلى عربية القرآن، ولا أقول عروبته، فالقرآن رباني المبدأ عالمي التطبيق. قال تعالى: وما أرسلناك إلا كافة للناس بشيرا ونذيرا، وليس دعوة لأقوام عن أقوام ولا لزمان عن زمان. قال النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم: وكان النبي يبعث إلى قومه خاصة وبعثت إلى كل أحمر وأسود. So he's saying in a very beautiful Arabic that it's necessary to revive, really. So he's really saying that we have to prepare these students in the Islamic studies and in the Sharia colleges to be grounded in the Arabic language. And he's saying that don't think that Arabic is a matter that concerns the Arabic language colleges or Arabic literature. He said that he's encouraging these people to really give the Arabic language the type of focus and the type of concern that it deserves, because it is a foundational condition and it is the necessary key to open the doors of the Sharia. The doors are closed if you don't know Arabic. It's as simple as that. Arabic is a key. And that will let you into the house. And then there are other skills that you need to know to be able to navigate the house, to know where the kitchen is, to know where the dining room is, and then to know the adab of the house, because the house has adab if you're a guest in the house. This is the house that God has given us. And then he mentions if they do that, they're going to, like a surgeon, they will cut in the wrong place, or they'll flee to the wrong place. They won't have a place of protection. They'll go to the wrong place. That the roads will become confused. They'll become crooked. They'll lose the straight path. And so he says that Allah sent this generous Quran down in a clear Arabic tongue. And then he quotes the ayahs of the Quran. This is a revelation from the Lord of the worlds that has come from the trustworthy Spirit, the Holy Spirit, on your heart, in order that you might be a warner in a clear Arabic tongue. And also we have revealed this in Arabic, and we made this an Arabic Quran, in order that you might use your aql, use this intellect of yours, that you might understand it in the proper way. And then the Prophet ﷺ, he says, this indicates Arabiyyat al-Quran, and then he says, and I'm not saying urubatahu. So the Quran is Arabic, but it's not Arab. Right? So he's distinguishing between Arabiyya and Uruba. Uruba is related to a specific ethnic group of people that are called Arab. But the Arabiyya is a tongue that anybody can learn. And in that way, they become Arabic because the Prophet ﷺ removed Uruba from the Arabic nature
of the tongue. And he said, "Man takallama al-arabiyyata fahuwa Arabi." Whoever speaks Arabic is Arabic, right? So ethnically you're not an Arab, but linguistically you are an Arab. And in that way, the Arabic becomes our lingua franca, right? This is a term. French used to be the language of diplomats for a few centuries because the French were very powerful, and so diplomats all learned French. Now the diplomatic language is English because they're the most powerful. The Americans, the English, and then the Americans became the most powerful. And so, but in the Muslim civilization, Arabic was the lingua franca. And to a certain degree, Persian. Undeniably, in the Eastern Arabic tradition, Persian became extremely important. Indians learned Persian. Every educated Indian Muslim learned Persian. Urdu, which is a hybrid language of Arabic, a little bit of Turkish, a large percentage of Persian and Sanskrit. All of these educated people in what is now Pakistan, what used to be part of India or Hind, they knew Persian. So it was part of the civilization. Many great books were written in Persian. The Sunni scholars, many of them, Ghazali wrote in Persian. He was a great stylist in Persian and Arabic. So they mastered, and they were multilingual. So Muslims traditionally were polylingual in many places. They knew more than one language. It's very important to learn more than one language. The Prophet ﷺ could speak with people. He knew what he knew just in the Arabic language is not possible, humanly possible. It's not. And in fact, the Arab, the great grammarians have a qaida in Arabic. They say, "La yuhitu bil-arabiyyati illa nabiyyun." No one can know all of Arabic except a prophet, because it's too vast as a language. And I would, for any Arab, just go online and look at Lisan al-Arab by Ibn Mandur, and just look at the word arada, the root ayn ra da. Just look at the pages of meaning that come out of that one root, and then marvel at how one human being could know that much about the Arabic language, Ibn Mandur. But he was a specialist. And so that's quite rare. So mastery of the Arabic language was very important in the Islamic civilization. And this is why in the early portion of the Islamic civilization, Muslims learned Arabic in the same way that educated Europeans knew Latin during the medieval period. And in the later period, they learned French. French was the language that all educated Europeans knew. And today it's English. So you have Germans, they all speak English. Danish all speak English, because it's the language now that has become the dominant language. Historically, all educated Muslims knew Arabic. This was part of education. And even the ones that had very minimal education knew how to read Arabic. And most of our vernaculars, the provincial tongues that Muslims spoke with, were written in Arabic. So if you look at Hausa land, for instance, the Nigerians, they're now Nigerians, but if you look at the Fulani, the Hausa, the Mandinka, the Pwele, these great clans of West Africa, they all, their language was Arabic. And this is why we have Arabic manuscripts from slaves that came to America. They didn't write they weren't writing in any of their local dialects. They were writing in Arabic. And we have proof and evidence of that. And these were not people whose first language was Arabic. They were educated West Africans who were captured unjustly and brought to the Americas as slaves. And in the Bahia revolt in Brazil in the 1830s, their language of correspondence was Arabic. And this made it very difficult for the Portuguese, because they didn't know Arabic. So these slaves that were revolting against their unjust captivity, their code language was Arabic. So, and then if you look at the Berber peoples of North Africa, the Berbers became bilingual. And this is why even today, the Berbers who speak Shulha, they also speak Arabic. The Tuareg, when I went to the Tuareg lands, I met many, many Tuareg. They all spoke Arabic, even though Tamashek is their language. But they all spoke Arabic because wherever Islam went, Arabic went with it.
This was our lingua franca. And we have to revive Arabic as a language that binds us. We're bound now by English. This is the dominant language because the dominant culture speaks English. It's a hegemonic culture. Its media has had massive influence. You now meet, I've met many, many Arabs from Gulf states who speak much better English than they speak Arabic. And this is a crisis. And I would argue that Arabic is going to be a dead language if things continue as they're going. It will become like Latin because it's a very difficult language to master. And one of the interesting things about modern Arabs, and I really believe that a lot of the problems in the Arab world is because of the Darija. Because the Darija is like Ebonics. Ebonics is a very rich cultural language of African Americans, but Ebonics will limit people's abilities. It's as simple as that. And that's why a culture that wants to keep a people oppressed will leave them in their provincial languages. They won't educate them out of those languages. They will keep them oppressed. And so it's very important. And that's why you find educated African Americans that came out of inner cities are bilingual. They speak the language of the inner city where they grew up, and then they speak what they call the job interview language, right? Which is how to speak in good English. But if you look at Malcolm, Malcolm spoke beautiful English. And he learned, the first thing he learned was diction, which is proper word choice, which diction is almost a lost art now, because people don't know the meanings and the subtle differences, what's called fiqh al-lugha in the Arabic language, the subtle differences between words, and why we would choose one word over another word to mean something very specific. Because precision, if we want to communicate, it demands that we be as precise as possible. And in order for the ambiguities to be removed. In logic, when we use terms, the first and most important thing about terms is that they're clear and unambiguous. In other words, that we define our terms. So that when we speak, if I say democracy, I know the genus is government, right? And I know that the difference is of, for, and by the people, right? So there's a definition. That's a working definition of democracy. Obviously, there are other definitions. If I say monarchy, then it's a form of government, and what distinguishes it is that the head of the government is a hereditary line, a family line. That's a monarchy. And then a dictator, the genus is government. The form is an individual who has absolute power. So these are, when I'm talking about democracy, we cannot call, for instance, a lot of the governments today that are called democracies are not of, for, and by the people. They're of, for, and by the corporations. So this becomes important in terms of understanding when we speak, the words that we're using and what they're communicating. It's very important. So diction was traditionally taught. And that's why the first major discipline of the human being is the acquisition of words, their correct meanings. Knowing 1, 2, 3, and 4. Because words have different meanings in context. I'll give you an example. I read a translation of an Arabic book in which the person translated in every sentence that the word qiyas was used, he translated as syllogism. And it was a completely inaccurate translation because qiyas means syllogism, but it also means reasoning. It means it can mean analogical reasoning. There's different types of qiyas, istintaj, istiqra, tamthil. These are different types of qiyas. And you'll only know this by the context of the sentences. And this is where domain knowledge becomes incredibly important and very difficult for people because domain knowledge takes a long time to acquire. One of the things that my sister was criticized for was having books of Greek and Roman mythology in her curriculum for children. If you want to understand Western literature, you have to know Greek and Roman mythology. At some point or another, you will have to know Greek and Roman mythology because it's very, very important. A lot of metaphors, a lot of words are taken out of these.
I mean, people don't know cereal comes from Ceres, which was the god of grain in the Romans. So the word cereal is honoring the god of grain, Ceres, right? So this is part. If you don't know Mars is the god of war, you won't understand all these references that you'll find. If you want to read Shakespeare, there are a lot of things you have to understand about Elizabethan worldview, or you'll totally miss Shakespeare, because he was living in a transitional phase between the pre-modern world and the modern world. And the greatest statement of that is his play Hamlet. Now, you can say all this is irrelevant for me as a Muslim. That's fine. And you can relegate your tradition and say, I'm not interested in the Western tradition. That's fine. But you're living in Western civilization. You're living here in this world. And if you want to understand this world better, then you have to understand what informs the people that have the most power and influence in this world. And what informs them are these foundational texts that they have. This is what informs their culture. The Iliad is still an informative text about this civilization, the Iliad. And if you read somebody like Kagan or Victor Davis Hanson is a good example, who had, he was one of the intellectual lightning rods of the neoconservative movement during the whole war on Iraq and Afghanistan. He's a classicist. Robert Kagan. These people are drawing from classical literature. They're drawing from Herodotus. They're drawing from Thucydides, the history of the Peloponnesian War. It's a very important text in Western civilization. This is where they get their ideas from. We have our own civilization, but those amongst us who are called to be engaging, we have to be bilingual in two civilizations. And it's not easy to do that. It takes a great deal of work to get the domain knowledge. The domain knowledge to understand the average Islamic text written in the pre-modern world is immense. If you want to read a late 19th century book on Ilm al-Kalam, like Imam al-Bajuri assumes in his book on his sharh of Jawharat al-Tawheed, he assumes that you've studied mantiq, that you've studied nahw and sarf, that you've studied balagha, that you've studied arud. He makes an assumption that you've studied arud, because he'll explain to you in certain couplets in the poem, he'll explain to you why he's not repeating himself or this, that, or the other. So it's a multidisciplinary tradition. Interdisciplinary, the interdisciplinarian tradition that's emerged recently in the West is ridiculous. This idea that somehow it's a new thing. All of the pre-modern writers, whether they were European or African or Middle Eastern or Turkish or Indian, all of them were multidisciplinarian. They were polymaths. And this was our tradition. So it's hard work. But Arabic is fundamental to our tradition. You know, I actually just, I'm working on a course that I want to teach in one of the prisons in California. So I'm working with one of the imams. He's an imam in the prison on teaching grammar to largely African-American Muslims in the prison, because one of the things that prevents people from succeeding in just this incredibly mad world that we've inherited and are now participators in its perpetual or perpetuity is grammar. That because grammar empowers people, it's an empowering subject. And this is why nahw and sarf were so important in the Islamic tradition. And this is why almost immediately, if you know Arabic, you can determine a person's level of education after a few sentences in the Arabic world. And you will see that the people that have the most influence in putting forward their opinions are the people that are the most articulate. This is a simple fact. Now, you do have a phenomenon where ulama would move in and out of fusha and darija,
Imam Sha'rawi is a good example of that, the Mufassir from Egypt. But he knew that there were Amma in the audience where Fusha was not as accessible to them. And so he would dip into the Darija. And that is a tradition. But what we should be working on is getting people out of Darija into proper Arabic. And it takes a long time. And this is one of Shaykh Abdullah's, he considers it very important. And so when you look at the Malfuz, he said that the Sharia is taken from three sources. It's taken from Al-Qawl, so all of our fiqh that is derived is taken from three sources. Obviously we have the book and the Sunnah, but how are we working with it? It's taken from his qawl, what the Prophet said, and that's always over what he did or what he agreed on. That's over. The highest source is the Qur'an and the Hadith. And then the Hadith obviously has many categories, the highest being Mutawatir, and then Sahih, that is in the 6 books, Sahih and Bukhari and Muslim, Muttafaq alayh, and then so on and so forth. And then you have the fi'l, which is the Prophet's actions, what he did. And then you have to determine why he did them. Are they just natural acts that he did, that Arabs did, so they're part of his culture, so he did them. For instance, he ate with his hand, which was part of the tradition of his people, but he didn't eat with the whole hand. He ate only with the 2 fingers and the thumb. And so if you're going to eat with your hands, then you should eat that way, not with the whole hand. That's the sunnah. But that does not mean that you can't eat with a spoon. Wooden spoons are better than metal spoons. And traditionally, wooden spoons were what were used. In fact, if you want the shifa of honey, you should always give it in a wooden spoon and not in a metal spoon. And we know, metal, we don't know how much metal is affecting us, the anions that come off of metal. But we know that people benefit, for instance, from cooking with copper, right? And they get iron. So we know that metal is coming into our bodies, and there's a lot of metal now out there that's very harmful for people. We know mercury, lead, paint, all these things. There's also the nincompoop theory of the decline and fall of Roman civilization that argues that it was the lead pipes that they started using for their plumbing, which gave them plumbum, right? Plumbum, right? Is lead on the chemical table or the table of elements. So plumbing used to be, it was lead pipes. So they were drinking water from lead. The lead was getting in the water, and lead will make you stupid. And so that's the nincompoop theory of how they literally ended up declining and falling. So the most important one is the word, and then the fi'l, what the Prophet ﷺ did. And then he did things because they were wajib. He did things because they were mandub. Sometimes he did things because they were simply mubah. His niyya was always, would elevate it to mandub or wajib. And then he did things that were makruh in order to show, رُبَّمَا يَفَعُلُ الْمَكْرُوهِ مُبَيِّنٌ أَنُهُ لِلتَّنْزِيهِ. Sometimes he will do something that's makruh to show that it's for tanzih, that it's simply, it's not haram, like urinating standing up for men. He did that on rare occasion to show the men that it was permissible, because there might be times where it's difficult not to do that. So that's like just making it easier for people, because makruh is not sinful, but you're rewarded if you don't do it. But he never did anything haram, ever, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So those are the 5 categories. And now, this is very important. The Sharia, all of it goes back to kalam. And all of this kalam, this speech, is in the Arabic tongue. Whether it is expressed by the Prophet ﷺ, or it's a story that was told of something he did or something he agreed to, or saw it done and consented to it. So what he consents to is part of the sunnah can come out of that. Or he says, bi'tibaran akhar, in another way of expressing this, that الذي يتعامل مع النصوص الشرعية لاستخراج الأحكام وتقرير المسائل فإنه يتعامل معها على أساسين لا ثالث لهما. This is really important. In other words, we engage the nusus, the text of this sharia, in order to derive rulings from it and to come to some determinations about new issues. There are two foundations. One of them is the nusus, and the other is the maqasid. So this is the whole foundation of sharia. What the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. The letter of the law is in the nusus, the spirit of the law is in the maqasid. And these are the two things that the faqih is working with. The letter of the law, which sometimes does killeth, right? To put it in the words of the New Testament, right? The letter killeth and the spirit giveth life. In other words, if you don't understand the maqasid, and this gets back to metaphysics, if you don't understand the metaphysics, which is really what the qasid are about, then you kill, the literalism will kill you. It will kill the religion. It will kill it. And this is what's happening, why so many Muslims' hearts are dying, because they've lost the maqasid. They've lost a real deep understanding of what this sharia is for, what it is about. It's not about punishing people and humiliating people. It's about tawbah. It's about bringing people back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's about making people love Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, not hate God. The fear of God is an awe of God in the same way that the child fears the parent. It doesn't fear the parent out of an idea that the parent hates it or wants to punish it. No, it fears the parent and it doesn't want to disappoint the parent out of love. So the fear of the parent is actually really love of the parent. And so the fear of Allah should be from love of God, not because God is some horrible tyrant, a'udhu billah, some petulant, tribal deity that needs sacrifices to be appeased. It's not our Lord. Our Lord is Al-Wadud. He's Al-Jamil. He's Dhul Jalali wal Ikram. He's majestic, Azza wa Jalla. He is. But he's Halim, he's Kareem, he's Sabur, he's Mu'min. These are the qualities. And that's why he has beautiful names that they're all, his asma are husna. All of them are beautiful. Even though some of them have majestic tajalliyat, manifestations, but all of his names are beautiful because Allah is Jameel, Yuhibbul Jamal. So this is really important. Now the maqasid do not need language to be understood. The nusus, they're only understood through language. The maqasid are intellectual conceptualizations. They're articulated through language, but they're understood intellectually. In other words, it's wisdom. It's hikmah. And this is the highest of the intellectual virtues. You have the aql, you have the ilm, and then you have hikmah. The aql is the foundation of the intellect. It's the intuitive intellect, the nous. It's what understands things. It has immediate comprehension. The ilm is what is learned and acquired. And then hikmah it's when the aql and the ilm are working together, then hikmah arises. It's the art and the science, right? It's the art and the science. Prudence is the practical aspect of hikmah in Western tradition. The Arabs did not differentiate between intellectual wisdom, intellectual in the pre-modern sense of that word, not the modern sense, and prudence. They didn't distinguish between those two. But in the West they did. They made a distinction between prudence and wisdom. Although it's the only, in the Western classification and in the Muslim classification, it's the only virtue that is both moral and intellectual. It's the only one that shares in the moral virtues, and those are the virtues of will, of behavior, and in the intellectual virtues, the virtues of understanding. So prudence is in both, hikmah. And so this is what's needed. And this is jalb al-masarih wa dar al-mafasid. So ma'quliyat al-nas, right?
The hikmah of the tashri' is what's called ma'quliyat al-nas. Why? What's the intelligibility of the nas? What do we understand from it? You have ma'qul al-nas, right? And then there's certain things that Allah has hidden the wisdom from us. But we know that it's ma'qul. It's just Allah has hidden that from us. And this is done ta'abbudan. This is done out of devotion. So there are certain things like we do not know why there are 3 rak'ats for Maghrib. But there's a reason. We don't know why there's 2 for Fajr, but there's a reason. We don't know why there's 4 for Dhuhr and 4 for Asr. We don't know why those times specifically, but there's reasons. Part of it might be that it's really important to get up at dawn when there's certain hormones in the brain that are peaking. Your cortisol levels peak at about that time. We don't know. That might be part of it, because there are health benefits to the practices that we do. There are health benefits to prayer, physically. There are health benefits to tafakkur, to doing meditation. But that's not the highest wisdom in these things. The highest wisdom is all that inner directedness towards Allah to get us closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And so this is really important now. So all of it goes back to jalb al-masalih wa dar al-mafasid. This is the essence of the maqasid. To accrue benefit for human beings and to ward off harm. And warding off harm is always put before accruing benefit. Warding off harm is always yuqaddam dar'ul mafasid ala jalb al-masalih. So whenever something's harmful, you override other things. And our Sharia is beautiful. I'll give you an example. In the Sharia, if you're in the mosque praying and somebody is stealing your shoes, I mean, if you have husn al-dhan, you might think that they just mistakenly. But if it looks like a thief, right, you're in the prayer, it is permitted to leave the prayer and go and stop that thief. Now, why? Why would Allah permit that? Because normally deen, in the 6 universals, deen is over preservation of property. Preservation of religion is over preservation of property. Because there's poor people that those shoes are everything to them. There's people that he might have just saved up months to get a brand new pair of good shoes. And they're important to him. And so Allah lets him preserve his property by leaving the haqq of Allah for the haqq of the abd. This is rahmah. Somebody who's wealthy, Allahu Akbar. They might not even, who cares? And you can have the shoes. Maybe he needs them more than I do. Yatasaddaqu, like Abu Damdam. You just give him as sadaqah. Abu Yazid al-Bustami. So, and then he said, these are the foundations of ijtihad. And there are many proofs for this. So you go into qiyas, istihsan, sadd al-dhara'i', masalih al-mursala, allati tanbani ala al-maqasid. All of these are based on the maqasid. And there are 3. The daruriyat, the hajiyat, and the tahsiniyat. So this is the triage of the usuli scholar. They look at the necessities, they look at the needs of humans, and they look at the embellishments of life. Those things that make life enjoyable. Because Allah wants us also to enjoy our lives. He created us. مَا أَنزَلْنَا الْقُرْآنَ عَلَيْكَ لِتَشْقَى. We didn't reveal this Quran so you'd be miserable. مَفْهُومًا مُخَالَفًا لِتَسْعَدْ. We revealed it for you to be happy. So the فرحنا وبذلك فليفرحوا هو خير مما يجمعون. Let them rejoice in this. It's better than all that, those trappings out there. Right? And Allah says, don't prohibit those embellishments of the world that Allah brought forth for His servants. Right? Kulu wa sharabu. Eat and drink. Ibaha. Eat and drink. I mean, obviously you have to do it to preserve your life. That's an obligation. But you can also eat and drink to enjoy. Ice cream has no benefit. Really? I mean, very little. But more harm than benefit. But it's not haram. To eat a lot where you're harming your health, but every once in a while, baklava, right? Yeah, Allah put these things in the world. But the problem is when they become the overriding purpose. Socrates once, somebody asked him, how did you become so wise and everybody else so foolish? He said, I don't know about that, but I know one difference between you and me is that I eat to live and you live to eat. And there's a lot of people out there digging their graves with their teeth. Really, there are a lot of people out there digging their graves. And obesity is a major problem on the planet. There's so much overeating. You only need 1,600 to 2,000. Rarely you get these, people that might need more than that. But that's basically what you need. We know how much food you need. Anything that's excess of that is going to become harmful and cumbersome. It's going to weigh you down and make you sick. So the darurat are the necessities. And the necessities are actually very few. You need, for instance, food and drink. This is Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which our Prophet ﷺ perfectly articulated long before Maslow in the hadith, his first khutbah in Medina, right? Where he said, أَطْعِمُ الطَّعَامِ, feed food, right? أَفْشُوا السَّلَامِ وَأَطْعِمُوا الطَّعَامِ وَصَلُّوا بِاللَّيْلِ وَالنَّاسُ نِيَامٌ تَدْخُلُ الْجَنَّةَ بِالسَّلَامِ. He said, create security, spread peace, that's security, that's the base in Maslow's needs. Security, أَطْعِمُوا الطَّعَامِ, feed people. Next one, you have security, food, and then self-realization, right? Pray, your purpose in life, which is to worship Allah. That's the fundamental purpose of life. So find purpose and meaning in life. So, and this is again in فَلْيَعْبُدُوا رَبَّ الَّذِي يَطْعَمُهُم مِّن جُوعٍ وَآمَنَهُم مِّن خَوْفٍ. Worship your Lord, the Lord of this house, who fed you and gave you security. Once you have the baseline of food and security, devotion. You have to have devotion. So those are the darurat, right? That's the basic security. We have security needs, and then we have our basic food, clothing, shelter, those types. And they're very minimal. I lived with Bedouins, so I know how little. And Zaytuna, our campus is next to one of the largest homeless communities in America, which is People's Park in Berkeley. And when I was interviewed by CNN, they said, why did you choose this? I said, well, we've got the largest homeless community next to us, so nobody can say when the Muslims moved in, there goes the neighborhood. Right. So, homeless people do fine without all these, right, the accoutrements of life, the embellishments. But hajiyat are the next. The hajiyat are those things that they're not necessary, but they're important. Some of the usuli scholars use the house as the house is necessary, but windows are hajat. You have to have windows. The door is necessary to get in and out of the house, but windows you need them to keep the house, bring light into the house, bring fresh air into the house, all those things. So that's a haja. And then the takmiliyat are the embellishments. That's the furniture in the house. You don't need furniture. It's not a need and it's not a necessity. You can sleep on the floor. You don't need a bed. You can sleep on the floor. Right? The earth is a firash. The earth, Allah made the earth a bed. So people sleep on the earth. But and that's why if you look, for instance, in Sharia, preservation of life is a darura. Furniture in the house. You don't need furniture. It's not a need and it's not a necessity. You can sleep on the floor. You don't need a bed. You can sleep on the floor. Right? The earth is a firash. The earth, Allah made the earth a bed. So people sleep on the earth. But and that's why if you look, for instance, in Sharia, preservation of life is a darura. So if you go to the doctor So you've got pain. To remove that pain is a haja, right? I mean, it might not be a darura. It might be. The doctor needs to determine that. Because it could be something you could live with, right? But it could be something that will harm you. So a woman, the hijab is from the tahsiniyat. It's not from the darurat or the hajiyat. I mean, this is very interesting because people don't realize this. In usul, the hijab, the covering our nakedness, is considered from the tahsiniyat. And Aboriginal peoples walk around almost naked. So it's neither a necessity or a need. But it's an embellishment. It's wajib. I'm not going to say it's not wajib. But the usuli scholars put it in the tahsiniyat. And this is why for a need, you can remove the hijab to the doctor. Because in the triage of things, the need overrides the embellishment. So if you have a need, if you've got something, and the doctor needs to see your nakedness, or check the woman's breast to see if there's lumps or something like that, that's permissible. Why? Because of this triaging. So this is how the usuli scholars look at these things. Now I want two points that he brings out that I think are very important. I mean, all these points are important, but these are very interesting. Ibn Ya'ish mentions in his sharh of the Mufassal that the Umar ibn al-Khattab, when he was the caliph, he got a letter from Abu Musa al-Ash'ari. And Abu Musa was a qadi in Kufa. Al-Kufa is a place in Iraq, city in Iraq. It's a great city of knowledge. And the letter he got from him was written by a scribe. And the scribe wrote, Min Abu Musa ila Amir al-Mu'mineen. From Abu Musa to the Amir al-Mu'mineen. But he didn't write Min Abi Musa. He wrote Min Abu Musa. Now, min in Arabic is called harf jar. It's a preposition. So anything that follows it is an object of the preposition. And therefore, it's considered majroor. And then Abu is from the asma al-khamsa or sitta. If you add, Ibn Malik adds a sixth. So you have like abuka, right? Akhuka. You have these fuka, dumal, and these, when you put a harf jar there, then they have to have a kasra to indicate that they're majroor. So it should have said min Abi Musa, not min Abu Musa. But he wrote min Abu Musa ila Amir al-Mu'mineen, and he made the Abu marfu', because the waw is the primary alama or sign of the nominative case if you use English grammar terms. وكان لأبي موسى كاتب لا يحسن اللغة. He wasn't good at Arabic. لم يضع الياء علامة على الجر موضع الواو. So he didn't put the ya as a sign that it was in the genitive case. And so what did Omar do? He got angry. لفت انتباهه هذا اللحن. So this bad grammar caught his attention. And he got upset. And he says, وَلَعَلُّ اخْتَاضَ لِلْعَوَاقِبِ الَّتِي سَتَحِيقُ بِهَذِهِ اللُّغَةِ. What made him upset or angry was the effects that bad grammar will have. It wasn't the actual, it's a minor mistake, it's not a big deal. But he's looking down the road. This is called نَظَرْ لِلْمَآلَاتِ. What are the consequences if this becomes widespread? And so he wrote back and he said, Ila Abi Musa. And he commanded him to flog his secretary once and to remove him from his position. People say, wow, it's pretty harsh for a grammatical mistake. Man, that makes like the unhappy face on when your teacher gives you a little bad grammar, puts a little unhappy face on the side. Right? Feel better about your teachers. That wasn't Omar. إنه تأديب شديد يلحق بموظف فينهي خدمته. This is a harsh disciplinary action that that he gave to this employee and ended his employment. Right? وَيَمُصُّهُ بِلَهِيبَ الصَّوْتِ. And then he gave him the harshness of the whip. مِنْ إِمَامٍ مَلَأَ الدُّنْيَا عَدْلًا. This is from an imam who filled the world with justice. وَبَدَّ الْحُكَّامَ فَضْلًا. Right? He surpassed all these hukam in virtue. هل انتهكت حرمة الشريعة انتهكت حرمة الشريعة حتى يغضب عمر. Was the Sharia, the sanctity of the Sharia, so affected that Umar gets angry in this way? هل حدثت بدعة في الدين. Is this a bid'ah that occurred in the religion? حتى يرفع صوت, that he would raise the صوت. حقا إن تلك المعاني لم تكن غائبة عن ذهن عمر. In reality, these are the meanings that were not far from the mind of Umar. فعلاقة الشريعة باللغة أكيدة. Because the relationship of the Sharia to language is absolute. والابتداع قادم إذا لم تستقيم الألسنة والأقلام. And bid'ah comes out. All of the mistakes in the history of Islam, all of the mistakes that these deviant sects made in the Quran and the Sunnah, most of them go back to their lack of knowledge in balagha. Literally. Some of them to their lack of knowledge in Arabic. All of them. And so what Omar saw was, if this becomes widespread, we'll lose the foundation of our religion, which is language. And this is something the modern world, it's very troubling, because we're losing the ability to communicate. Private languages are emerging. We have a whole generation of youth that speak in private languages. We can't understand them. They speak in acronyms. They use words that we don't know what they mean. They invert words, so bad becomes good, right? Hot becomes cool. La ilaha illallah. Now, another example of that is from Umar, from Abu Bakr as-Siddiq. He was once مر برجل يقال له أبو لفاقة في يده ثوب. He was carrying a garment, and Abu Bakr was a garment merchant. فقال له الصديق رضي الله تعالى عنه أتبيع هذا الثوب? Are you going to sell this robe? And the man said, لا رحمك الله. No, may God have mercy on you. What did Abu Bakr say? قد قومت ألسنتكم لو تستقيمون. Had you been morally upright, your tongues would have been grammatically correct. It's a very deep metaphysical statement. This is a very deep metaphysical statement. Had you been morally upright, your tongues would have been grammatically correct. In other words, the corruption of the language only occurs with the corruption, with a metaphysical corruption that precedes it. And that's why language is at the root of the problem on the planet. Literally. It is at the root of the problem. Now, why did he say that? Well, the reason for that is, in Arabic you have two types of sentences. You have what are called khabariya, which is indicative, and then you have an insha'iyya, which in English we divide them into several categories, but it's basically a subjective sentence, like an optative, an interrogative sentence. If you ask somebody like, where are you going, or how are you doing? Those are all forms, subjective sentences. Whereas if you have a khabariya, it's indicative. It's a categorical statement. It's raining. That's khabariya. Jumla khabariya. Right? You can go outside and see whether it's true or false. So when he said, "Atabi'u hada," are you selling this? That was a question. That's an insha'iyya, but it demands a khabariya. Right? So it's an interrogative sentence that demands an indicative response, either yes or no or maybe. When he said no, he followed it with a dua. A dua is not a khabariya, it's insha'iyya. But it's when we make dua in Arabic, we usually use the past tense, which is khabariya. Rahimukallah, God has had mercy on you. But the reason we use the form of the khabariyah is because it's out of hope that God has already forgiven you. So we use the past tense because it's Rahimukallah, as if it's already happened. But what you're really saying is, may God forgive you. So when he said la, khabariyah, indicative, and then he said an optative statement, Rahimukallah, may God have mercy on you. It's a wish. So he said, may God have mercy on you. He didn't divide it with a fasal. He didn't put an istitnaf there. He didn't put a wow, which would indicate that they're separate. He put them together, and that could make you think that he's saying, may God not have mercy on you. So Abu Bakr was correcting his grammar. Now, what does Shaykh Abdullah say about this? He says, this indicates that the caliph should be concerned about the grammar of his population. Whoever the ruler is, he should be concerned about the grammar of his population. And this is something that Muslims were obsessed with, really. There are so many books on grammar and language. And no community in the human history ever served language like the Muslims did. The dictionaries we have are by far the best dictionaries in human history. Muslims were writing dictionaries long before any other civilization wrote scientific dictionaries. The Europeans didn't start. In English, we don't have a dictionary from Shakespeare's period. There's no dictionary from Elizabethan English. There's no dictionary. I mean, Johnson's dictionary is the first dictionary, 18th century, in English. It's the first dictionary, and it's an interesting dictionary, but it's not anywhere near as sophisticated as the early Muslim dictionaries. Our first dictionary was incredibly sophisticated. Al-Ain, it's amazing. Al-Khalil, it's an amazing dictionary. And then if you look at Lisan al-Arab, beyond belief. Taj al-Arus, amazing. There's something that Abu Bakr al-Razi does in his Mukhtar al-Sihah, because there's a famous dictionary called Sihah. And then Mukhtar al-Sihah, which is the one I used when I was a student all the time. I would look up a word and he'd say, ma'loom. Like everybody knows that. That was his definition. In other words, listen, dummy, if you're having to look up this word, you're not ready for this dictionary. Yeah. So, and using words is important, right? My father told me a story about Van Doren, who was his teacher. Mark Van Doren at the University of Columbia. And my father read with him Don Quixote. It was a literature course. And, he was 19 or 20. And he met him in the hall, and he said, Dr. Van Doren, I think I understand what Don Quixote is doing in that book. And he said, really, what do you think he's doing? And he said, I think it's a satire of the New Testament. And Van Doren looked at me, he said, do you mean parody? And my dad just said, that shut me up for the next year. Like he just, In other words, it's a great gift to be shown your ignorance and to recognize it. If you're going to use a word, at least know what it means. Right? Because there's a difference between satire and parody. And my father did not know that distinction at the time. So if you want to judge a book, you better have the tools to judge it. Chesterton, who they called the English Socrates, G.K. Chesterton. Chesterton was probably one of the most brilliant Europeans of the 20th century, but he was a devout Catholic, or maybe High Anglican. Anyway, he was a devout Orthodox Christian. C.S. Lewis, who had a huge impact on Christianity, C.S. Lewis, when he first met him, it was Chesterton that restored Lewis's faith. And the reason for that is because he said, if a man this intelligent can believe in God, because he was an atheist at the time, Lewis, not Chesterton. He said, if a man this intelligent could believe in God, I must be missing something. I need to look more deeply into this. Like the man who said, his neighbor, they were gardening and they got to know each other, and he asked him what he did. He said he was a theologian. And his neighbor said, this is a true story that an English Muslim told me. He said that, oh, you're an atheist. Have you read, he was Christian, so have you read Saint Gregory? He said, no. He said, have you read Augustine? He said, no. He said, have you read Aquinas on belief? He said, no. He said, sir, you're not an atheist. You are an ignoramus. So, and that gets back to, Chesterton really, when brilliant people believe in God, it should strengthen your iman. Because a lot of these so-called atheists today want to say that only stupid people believe in God, right? But the most brilliant people in human history have believed in God. Newton wrote a commentary on the Bible that he considered more important than all the works he did in science. So anyway, Chesterton, when he first met Lewis said they were meeting in Surrey, and he said, I didn't expect the flora here to be so wild. And Chesterton looked at me, he said, what do you mean by wild, sir? And then he said, and why wouldn't you expect it to be that? And Lewis was taken aback by it, and then he said, the assumption here is that you've read something about the geography of Surrey that would lead you to conclude that it shouldn't be so wild. He said, I don't know anything about Surrey. And he said, then why would you expect it to be anything? Right? Yeah. We should all just shut up, really. Really, we should all just shut up. That's the truth. Yeah. That's what Wittgenstein did at the end of his life. And, I was once in Mauritania. This is a true story. And there were these two little girls, and one of them just talked all the time. The other one never said anything. And I remarked to one of my teachers, at the time he was actually younger than me, but he became a great scholar. And I said to him, SubhanAllah, hadi aqila, she's so intelligent. He said, Naam, aqila. And I said, I mean, her language skills are amazing at that age. He said, you're talking about the one talking? I said, yeah. He said, I thought you meant the silent one. Yeah. And then he said, عندنا السكوت علامة الذكاء. He said that silence is a sign of intelligence in our culture. Yeah. It was really interesting to see that. So, let me finish up here, and then I think... Now, what's interesting is Imam Ali founded grammar. Isn't that fascinating? Imam Ali, because Abu Aswad al-Du'ali came to him. He was with his daughter, and they were looking at the stars, and she said, Ma ahsan as-sama'i ya baba. And she made it majroor, right? And it should have been Ma ahsan as-sama'a, because what she wanted was amazement, right? So it would have been mansoob. And he said, an-nujum, because she asked it like, what's the most beautiful thing in heaven? She meant to say, oh, how beautiful the heavens are. But she said it like, what's the most beautiful thing in heaven? Ma ahsanu sama'i, ya baba. And he realized that she made a grammatical mistake. He got distressed by it. So he went to his teacher, Sayyidina Ali, radiallahu anhu, and told him, and Sayyidina Ali said, you should dawwan al-Arabiya. And he said, إن العربية ثلاث. Arabic is three things. اسم وفعل وحرف فنحو هذا النحو. He said it's nouns, or what we would call, because in traditional grammar, even in English, they adjectives were put with attributives, and substantives were put together. So adjectives used to be one part of speech, adjectives and nouns, because they're descriptive of a substance. And so they were put together. So the ism in Arabic, ismul sifa, is an adjective. So it's put together with the nouns, even though we distinguish it in the 8 parts of speech in English. But he said, language is 3 things. Substantives, right? And then the verbs, fi'lun. So you have the substantive, which is either an accident, a property, or it's the thing itself. Or it's an action, or it's a word that facilitates meaning of those other 2. What we would call like prepositions, adverbs, all those type things. So and he said, so follow this path. Anhu hada nahu, and that's where we get the word nahu from this story. So that was how important he considered it to be. So let me just do the, I would have liked to, this is such an interesting book, and I would have liked to have gone into some other things, but time waits for no man. And he goes into mafhum Arabiyyat al-Sharia, the differences between Imam Malik and Shafi'i and Hanbali and Imam Abu Hanifa, because they differed on that, about is the Sharia Arabic or is it not? And Abu Hanifa inclined towards that it wasn't, that the Arabic was the vehicle, it could be transmitted through other vehicles. And the other 3 imams said, no, it's actually the vehicle that it's transmitted through is Arabic, and it really can't be transmitted through other vehicles. And they both have merit. And then he goes into, is language from God or is it conventional? And this is a very important debate. And then can Arabic be established by means of analogical reasoning or not? That's another debate. And then he goes into dalalat al-alfaz, which are all of these different ways of interpreting the meanings, the mutabaqa, the tadammun, the iltizam, what things correspond to, what's included in their meaning, and then what they indicate. And then he goes into mantuq and mafhum. He goes into the haqiqa. I talked about those, the urfiyya, the shar'iyya, and the wad'iyya, and the majaz. We talked about that yesterday. And then he goes into the nas, the muhkam, right, of the mantuq, which is the nas, dilalat al-iqtida, dilalat al-ishara, dilalat al-ima, and then the mafhum, which is the muwafaqa and the mukhalafa. And then he goes into the problems of the mubayyin, the mu'awwal, what's clarifying, what needs to be interpreted, the khas, the am, what's specific, what's general, the muqayyad, the mutlaq, what's absolute and what is constrained, al-amr wa nahi, the commands and the prohibitions, the kulli and the juz'i, the universal and the particular, right? The al-muwati and the mushakkik, the one that corresponds and the one that puts doubt, the mushtarak and the mutaradif, things that have shared meaning and then things that are synonymous. So these are all the dilalat that have to be learned by the scholar before they can really navigate the text. And it takes work, it's hard work, but it's certainly possible. So I think they're going to show you the film, and then I'll just make a plea. So go ahead if you want to show that. We're living in a time where people associate Boko Haram with Islam. We're living at a time when people don't think of Imam al-Ghazali or Fakhruddin or Razi or all of these great giants that went before us. They think of ignorant people, and too many people believe that this is Islam. And that's why we're here. That's what this is about. This is about restoring the centrality of knowledge to our religion. The centrality of knowledge to our religion.
education doesn't just educate the intellect. No, education is a much more dynamic and holistic, integrative thing. It's an integrative process that helps to integrate the various parts. So if an education does not have anything to do with the spirit of the human being, if it has nothing to do with the psyche of the human being, then it's not, according to Mark Van Doren, really education. This course is to help them map the next 4 years of their education and to think really deeply about what it is that this whole Zaytuna curriculum does and will do, and what they will do with it.
This reading has me on the verge of tears, and it was after reading this quote, and it ties back to what it was that you had just said in reference to the works that we've been engaged in up until this point. They've challenged us, spiritually, they've challenged us intellectually, they've challenged me in ways I've never been challenged before. But Mark Van Doren later on goes to say that the main thing is that there are powers within the person which liberal education and only liberal education can free for use. And, this might not mean much to you guys, but it meant a lot to me. I've never really been able to tap into the side of me that this course and that this school has allowed me to tap into.
ذلك هو العنوان، عنوان جميل، زيتونة في الغرب لكنها تحمل مضامين الفضيلة من الشرق وتحمل مضمون الأمل من الغرب أيضا.
وأصل القدر سر الله تعالى في خلقه. The essence, right, the foundation, the basis of the divine decree is God's secret within creation. This is Allah's secret. How is it that I can choose on my own accord, but that's in perfect harmony and alignment with a pre-eternal decision, God's pre-eternal decision? It's a secret. It's Allah's secret, and we're not privy to it. We do not have access to that. That the mind has limits, and this is well beyond the limits of the human intellect. You have to do sajda with the qadr. Does that make sense? The mind has to make a sajda.
After taking Theology 1 and Theology 2, it makes complete sense why comparative religions is the third thing that you take. Because you had Theology 1 and Theology 2 to gain a strong grounding in your own beliefs. And then taking that and running with it and then studying like Hinduism and Confucianism and Jainism and Taoism and Christianity and Judaism, you really realize how similar a lot of them are, but how unique your own tradition is. I can look at these other traditions, I can take whatever wisdom I need, but at the same time be strong in my own faith.
Man is an angelic being. So let's say man is an angelic being. And you would say, no, it isn't, no, it isn't, no, it isn't. I say, yes, it is. Well, obviously you're not going to solve that. You're not going to resolve that argument there on the street. But you will say that no human being is an angelic creature. So what are you doing? You're saying absolutely no member of the species man, right, is an angelic creature. So you're separating, absolutely separating, the predicate angelic creature from the concept man.
This whole idea of being a better person or a better individual or refining our souls, it's not just in Islam. It's in so many other traditions that came before, and I think because we're not exposed to it. And so I think it's amazing because that's where you get your philosophy class. That's where your philosophy class comes in. That's where your logic class comes in. All the Western tradition is so important because it's similar to our tradition. I think that's saying a lot, is that we don't just reject things that we don't know, because you don't know what could be in that is good for you.
So many questions I have about certain things, Western philosophy doesn't have the answers to, But if you understand akhira, if you understand the Islamic scholarly tradition of theology, and you understand those arguments, then all of a sudden, some of those questions that were so perplexing before, now you have a clear answer. And it's not like it's a dogmatic answer, it actually makes sense rationally.
The most important and difficult thing is to continue to preserve the authenticity of your Islamic roots. And I would not mean only by that the daily prayers. That's very, very important, of course. I do not mean by that only Islamic ethics. That's also very, very important. But I mean by that also to preserve a mental ambience which is Islamic, in which the realities of Islam can be breathed.
If we don't have committed, knowledgeable, and fearless Muslim youth, we don't have Islam. We have some perversion of Islam. So this is the torchbearer here, Zaytuna. Let there rise among you, right? A group enjoining good and forbidding wrong. And let them start here. They start here in Zaytuna, and then they spread. So that's to me, the ultimate benefit of Zaytuna is that it is a vehicle for sustaining the life of the human spirit.
So, Bismillah, Alhamdulillah, we started this college really with a lot of trust, and we did it in many ways in the reverse way in which colleges are started, because colleges usually start with an endowment, and they build from that endowment. We did not start with an endowment, so we're trying to build an endowment. But one of the issues that we face on a constant basis is budgetary restrictions and crises. So that's the mode. And inshallah, we're very close to accreditation. We had a glowing WASC report that's going to be put up on the online, because we had the site visit. They have 39 criteria that you have to fulfill to get accreditation. What accreditation means, if we get it, inshallah, we're hoping to get it this year or next year. We're on the verge of 2015. But it means that we can take Canadian students, that they can get the visas that they need to study, student visas. We can take foreign students, even from the Muslim world, because we've had many people from Turkey, even from the Middle East, that have wanted to study there. So we're expanding, and we need a lot of help to build this. But this has to be seen as, it's a project that concerns the ummah, because we do not have an academic address in the West. Muslims do not have an academic address in the West that's accredited, because one of the things that we get when we're accredited is an EDU. We get an actual academic address for the Muslims, which is to get the edu.org, which is an educational email that Harvard has. So if you get a letter from a Harvard professor, it's usually on edu.org, right, at Harvard. So that is a major step, I think, for our community that we need to fulfill. But we need your help. We have a program which is 12,000 strong, taken from the hadith that the Prophet said, 12,000 people working with one heart won't be defeated for lack of numbers. If they don't succeed, it's for other reasons. But it won't be for lack of numbers. So we're asking for 12,000 people. We've probably got about 1,200. Some of you already. How many people in here are already doing that? So alhamdulillah, there's some people, but a lot more is needed. And we're really hoping that people will step up. We're asking for $1 a day. Give us a couple years commitment, 4 or 5 years, whatever you can do, if you're able to. But it's literally, it's less than a latte. People go every day, spend $4 on a latte or something like that. It's, we're asking for a little bit of sacrifice or help from our community. It's not much, That's really all we're asking for is $1 a day. If you want to give more, that's fine, but we're asking for like a $30 a month commitment to, do every month. So that's the hope that people will do that. There's a booth at the bazaar if you want to sign up, but I really hope that you do that. I think it's an excellent project that we hope to develop more. I literally just had a major foundation come to me. They asked for a meeting with me, a major foundation. And these are people, they're not Muslims. And they said, we want to help Zaytuna. It's amazing. So they're reaching out to me from a major foundation. They said, what you're doing is really important. There's a lot of ignorance about Islam. We're in a multicultural civilization. People have to have a better understanding. So we'd really like to find ways that we could work. We'd like you to write grants, if we can help with certain things. Now, this is a foundation it's a multi-billion-dollar foundation that a philanthropist did, and they have to give out a certain amount of money every year. So they actually sometimes, by law, they have to give it out, and if they don't get enough grants, they go looking for people to give. But it's very ironic for me that people outside of our faith come to ask if they can help us, and it's like, we've got billionaires in the Muslim community, like where are they? It's a very strange time. It's really sad, but I'm not counting on the billionaires, I'm counting on the thousandaires. Seriously, I think there's a lot more barakah in just getting a lot of small donations from people that work hard for their money, and the money's halal. I had literally, this is a true story, I had somebody who was in derivatives and a hedge fund. They came, they wanted to help as a Muslim. I didn't want the money, didn't take the money. Because I don't want money from usury, from armaments, from alcohol, pornography. I don't want that money. Inna Allah tayyibun wa la yaqbalu illa tayyiba. Allah is pure and He only accepts what's pure. So I'd much rather have small donations from a lot of sincere Muslims that want to see this succeed for the ummah. Really, I think it's a lighthouse for people. Give them some hope in some pretty dark times. The Muslims, they're gutted all over the world. Muslims are really gutted. They just, okay, what's next? So anyway, whatever you can do to help, jazakumullah khairan. Somebody said, I felt a wave of joy mingled with sadness when you mentioned that Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya got his PhD in Tunisia. I'm Tunisian. I find it heartbreaking that we don't learn about our legacy. What were his advisors? I don't know the advisors. Back in the early 60s, I would also like to highlight another crisis, changing fitrah of our kids. If you smile at kids, they don't smile back. If they're little, they're very often shy, which is a good thing. So they're just shy. That's a normal thing for children. Over-friendly little children to strangers is not a healthy time when you have so much stranger danger. Right? So, but children by their nature are sanguine. If you know about the humoral theory, their children are happy by nature. It's the world that will make you sad. The world that we've created, not that Allah created. But in terms of Tunisia has one of the greatest legacies of scholarship in Islamic history. I mean, the Zaytuna, we named Zaytuna after the Zaytuna of Tunisia. I mean, it's taken from the Quran. That's where they got it from min shajarat mubarakah. It's from a blessed tree, neither of the east or the west. In other words, of both, according to one tafsir. And I had, some of my teachers were Tunisian. Sheikh Shadiri Naifar, who was a great man, great Maliki scholar, a really truly great faqih, one of the last great scholars of Tunisia. Sheikh Uthman al-Hawaymadi, beautiful scholar that I knew. I actually met also the Imam of the Qarawiyyin, Sheikh Abdurrahman Khlayf, another amazing man. So, yeah, Tunisia. May Allah restore Zaytuna and bring it back to greatness. Inna Allah yahyi al-arda ba'da mawtiha. Allah can bring a dead earth back to life. So, in usul al-fiqh, is usul al-fiqh not as important as fiqh itself to inculcate the aqli personality we need for the next generation of intelligent ulama? Is it time to change the model of how we teach and actually train the next generation of scholars so they can meet the challenges of the likes of the transhumanists? Shouldn't we teach usul? You know, furu' is very important, and you should always learn furu' before usul. So it would seem in some ways it's putting the cart before the horse, because the usul is really the horse. But it's not, in that furu' is what we practice. It's very important to trust the scholars. We don't need any new madhabs. What we need is ijtihad from within the madhabs. There's nothing new that is needed. We don't need this renewal of usul al-fiqh to rewrite usul al-fiqh. We couldn't do it, first of all. I mean, these people had intellects that God bestowed upon them in that early period that are beyond comprehension in some ways. And they came all at the same time. So we don't need, our usul is very rich, our tradition is extremely rich, and everything's in there, but it has to be accessed. And that access means training, and that training takes a long time. Unfortunately, it's hard work, and it does take a long time. And learning Arabic, mastering Arabic is one of the major keys, and that in it of itself takes a long time. Dr. Nasr yesterday chided me for not learning Persian, and God knows I have actually tried to learn Persian on several occasions. Freydun Mujaddadi's here, and he can tell me, he can tell you that that's true. I actually had a great Persian scholar who offered to give me lessons and everything, but I told Dr. Nasr that my problem is I dove into the sea of Arabic, because you have the Arabian Sea and the Persian Sea. There's kind of a debate about what it's called. I said, I dove into the Arabian Sea, and I've been drowning ever since. So it's just I haven't been able to get out, because I always think when I'm trying to learn something else, I could be learning more Arabic. Because Arabic doesn't end. It just does not end. And the subtleties of Arabic go on and on. But Arabic takes a long time to learn. Sarf is very difficult. Nahu is actually reasonably easy. It's pretty logical, and it's actually the irregularities of Nahu are not that many. It's very logical, and you can learn it. There's not that many concepts in Nahu, but Sarf is a whole, ishtiqaq and Sarf, that's a whole other. And then also fiqh al-lugha, learning the meanings of words, and the meanings of words in context. I mean, if you just look, arada ya'ridu has so many meanings. It just has so many meanings in Arabic, and they mean very different things. Wajhun, face, has many meanings. It's used for many different meanings. It can mean aspect, it can mean, a quality, lots of things. And then the Arabs have a lot of idioms that take a long time to learn, like ma al-wajh, the water of the face, which is, it doesn't make any sense on the face of it, no pun intended, but, adhaba ma'a wajhihi, the Arabs say he dissipated the water of his face, which is something that happens to people when they live bad lives. They lose a type of clarity in their faces, the reflection that water enables to happen. Something bad happens to their faces. And so that's an idiom of Arabic that they use, La amliku sharwa naqir. And you'll see these come up in books. So that takes a long time. But I would say, that the Arabs, the Arabs, the Mauritanians, they say, أهمها الفروع أهمها عقائد ثم فروع تصوف وآلة بها الشروع. The most important in knowledge is the aqidah. That's the most important. And aqidah has a lot of metaphysical foundations. Like if you study ilm al-kalam, you will find a lot of metaphysics when you get into sophisticated theology. There's a great deal of metaphysics. And all of our great theologians
were masters of metaphysics, all of them. Taftazani, Tusi, I mean, truly great metaphysicians. And when you get into their books, we have many people at the level of Aquinas in the West. We have several mutakallimun that are at the level of Aquinas. And my father, who knows Aquinas very well, when I did a film on Ghazali and he watched the film, he got intrigued and he wanted to read some books. He said, is he translated? I said, yes. He said, could you get me some of his books? So I got him several of Ghazali's books and he read through them. And then he said to me, the West never produced a Ghazali. And I know his knowledge of the Western canon is very, very strong. So that statement to me holds a lot of weight. But that's what he said. He said that the West never produced a Ghazali. And it's sad that now people disparage Imam al-Ghazali's name. It's just tragic, just the ignorance of the time. And the Prophet said the end of time won't come until the later part of this community curses the first part of it. So that's one of the signs of the end of time, is that people will curse the earlier people. So you have to learn aqa'id, and then you have to learn furu' al-fiqh before usul. Usul is not, it's a fard kifaya, but furu' is fard ayn. And then you have to learn, tasawwuf means akhlaq. I mean, there's two types of tasawwuf. There's a metaphysical tasawwuf, which is very complicated, and it's like quantum mechanics. You're entering into a realm that just to be able to read those books and understand them takes a long, long time. But the tasawwuf that we need is the tasawwuf of akhlaq, and our ethics is generally in the books of tasawwuf. I mean, that's where the ethical tradition ended up in Islam. So you learn tahdhib al-nafs, how to rectify the faults of the self. I think Shaykh Mukhtar al-Mughrawi has been talking about these things from the hikam and these things. This is really the akhlaq of Islam, is in the books of tasawwuf. And nobody disagreed about that. Ibn Taymiyyah, Ibn Abdul Wahhab, all the people that they used to bash tasawwuf, all of them accepted that aspect of tasawwuf. What they were against was metaphysical Sufism. So Ibn Taymiyyah was against metaphysical Sufism. Ibn Abdul Wahhab was against metaphysical. That's true. But they were not against ethical tasawwuf. That's absolute fact. So that's tasawwuf al-akhlaq and tasawwuf al-adwaq. Those are the two types of tasawwuf. You know, the experiential tasawwuf, which is about states and stations of the heart, and the other one is about refining your character. So nobody disagrees about that. And Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah wrote a famous book on tasawwuf, which is his commentary of Abdullah al-Ansari, Khawaja Abdullah al-Ansari's famous book, Manazil al-Sa'irin, right? Madarij al-Sadiqeen. So this is well known. Ibn Qudama did a mukhtasar of Imam al-Ghazali's Ihya. The Ihya is mostly, he says you have mukashifa and mu'amala. Those are the two types of tasawwuf. Mukashifa, ilm al-mukashifa, and ilm al-mu'amala. He said, this book is not about ilm al-mukashifa. It's about ilm al-mu'amala. So what he was saying is the Ihya is not about spiritual states. It's about akhlaq and refining the soul. He's got the Kitab al-Ibadat, right? The Kitab al-Mu'amalat, and then he's got the Muhlikat and the Munjiyat. It's 4 sections, 40 books, right? And at the heart of it is what? Book 20, the akhlaq of the Prophet ﷺ. That's the heart of the Ihya. So the architecture of the Ihya is very impressive. He begins it with the book of knowledge, not the book of aqidah, the book of knowledge, defining what knowledge is, and defining who the knowledgeable, who the true ulama are, differentiating them from what he called the mutarassimun, the formalists, and then showing you what false ulama do. One of the things that false ulama do is they attack other ulama and belittle them in order to gain followers. That's a sign of false ulama. Because true ulama work at the level of ideas, and they don't attack people like that. They look at ideas and they write and do that. But they don't get up and slander Muslims and things like that. And then he says, آلَةٌ بِهَا الشُّرُوعِ
a tool that you need to start with, and that's the Arabic language. So that's the tool that you need to start with. And that doesn't mean that you can learn Islam and become a very educated Muslim in English. You can learn Islam and become a very educated Muslim in Urdu. You can learn Islam and become a very educated Muslim in Turkish or any of these languages. That's absolutely true. And there are many, many very learned Muslims that don't know Arabic. But to enter into really the realm of defending Islam and moving into that realm, it's to have access to those primary texts is important. But the Hanafi position is you don't need Arabic to understand Islam. And as an Ajami, Abu Hanifa was Ajami. I think, to me, that's the truth. But the vehicle of Arabic is extremely important. That's the position of the other three Imams, because the meanings that are embedded in Arabic, the semantic fields that are created by Arabic, the deep dimensions of the language are extremely important. And there's a reason why Allah chose Arabic to be the language that He spoke to His creation through. And so that's very important. But usul al-fiqh is really important in order to understand this religion. And I think it's good to have, what we did was just a very basic introduction to usul al-fiqh, which is useful to have some idea of how sophisticated our scholarship is in that. I think there was one other, and I'll end with that. I also want to say to everybody, somebody asked me, what course do I teach? I teach ethics at Zaytuna. I've taught logic, I've taught astronomy, I've taught the freshman seminar, and I've taught prophetic biography. But right now I'm teaching ethics. So we have to break. But I want to say I'm really very happy with the adab of this group, and it's really been impressive. And I we have to get to a point where we can just benefit from our people and not, and so I was just really pleased with how everybody, because I know there's people that could, with Dr. Nasser, could have brought up things that, just for me there's no point in bringing them up. And I was really happy that nobody did that, because he's somebody that I feel has just been such an intellectual powerhouse for our community. And he comes from a different tradition than I do. But he's not, and he's not a Rafidi by any stretch of the word. He's not somebody that speaks ill of Sahaba or anything like that. So it's important that we respect. And in our early period, Imam al-Bukhari has people from the Shia community in his Senate. There are Shia in Sahih al-Bukhari. And this was the early period. It was much more fluid than a lot of what's happened now with the divisiveness in the Muslim world right now between the Sunnis and the Shias. And undeniably, there have been atrocities on both sides. So in Iraq, there have been Shia death squads that have gone out and killed. But we're not those. This is not what we're about. We're about intelligence and honoring people and honoring differences and respecting different positions. So he's somebody that respects the ulama, irrespective of where they came from or who they are. And that's something that we really need to inculcate in our youth, just a respect for intelligence and for intellect and for achievement in any field or endeavor, and for goodness, people that have akhlaq and character. So I just want to thank everybody for being so respectful and just really wonderful group of people, young people that it's, you give me personally, give me hope to see so many good faces in our youth, and may Allah bless all of you. Jazakumullah khair.